Check 1 2. Should be live on YouTube. Check 1 2. Alright, there's the audio coming through. So I go to my channel. I'm live, right? Yeah. My channel. I'm live, right? Yeah. Cool. Bitrate 8K. What's YouTube's max bitrate? Let's see.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up?
I have no energy for anything.
Mm.
I'm gonna die.
Dying's fun. I said dying's fun.
Malik doesn't come back till tomorrow.
Oh, I didn't know that. Well, I kind of figured that, but since he wasn't back yet.
Yeah, he told me that he was supposed to have a UT this weekend, but I called him because I was gonna figure out what he had going on.
Shut the fuck up.
Stop. I literally just got home. Chill out.
Feed me, Josh. Feed me.
She's got food in her bowl. If anything,
Feed
a little
me.
more water.
Feed me.
Feed yourself.
I'm angry cat. Feed me.
There's more water. This has been the longest week in forever. And all for me to look forward for tomorrow.
What's tomorrow?
Tomorrow I have a 2-hour therapy session.
Oh. Wow.
And I'm both excited and nervous because
starting shortly. I don't know. Oy.
Hey, yo.
Hello.
Oh, no. That's not good.
What?
Hey, yo.
Hello.
All right,
Oh,
say
no.
something again.
Testing, hello.
That's not good. Ah, there we go. Okay, cool.
What?
Hey, yo.
Hey, Top Dolphin, what was your name again? Is it
Say
Alex?
something again.
Testing,
Adam.
hello. Adam, I knew
Ah,
it started
there
with
we
an
go.
A. That's what it was.
Okay, cool.
Hey, Top Dolphin, what was your name again? Is it Alex?
Something again. Adam.
Hello.
Adam, I knew it started with an A. That's what it was.
What's up, Turk?
Hey, Top Dolphin, what was your name again? Is it Alex?
Hello.
Cutsleeve in here.
Good to finally be on the show, man.
What's up, Turk? Yeah, appreciate you joining. And we got Stardust, though she's not
Cutsleeve
listening
in
though.
here? Good to finally be on the show, man.
What's up, Turk? Yeah, appreciate you joining. I know, like, adjust all my settings for this, but it's a little rough right now. Okay, there we go. All right. All right. Let's see. Jonah, say some words. So
Words,
I can
words,
check
words.
the-
I am making statements currently. I continue to be making statements. My statements are stated publicly through the context of Discord, such that Tom can hear my
Great.
statements.
Hold
Fantastic.
on. Thank you. I knew I could count on you to just babble.
To make my statement, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yes. All right. So yeah, appreciate everybody joining. I is normally these are super casual. We end up all over the place in these. I even play video games a lot during these, but let's see. So Jonah, you had like a topic that you wanted to get
Oh
into?
yeah, I don't know if we want to start with it, but sure. Yeah, my question was about COVID vaccines and like how they should be distributed, because right now they're mostly being distributed for the most part like for rich people, and specifically not exclusively literally rich people, but people who live in rich countries. Um, and so the question is like whether or not that's bad, and whether or not like uh, we should sort of think of this, because like if you compare this to like the AIDS response, AIDS is something that primarily hurts people in the third world at this point. And so the reality is that AIDS hasn't had a good response, and there hasn't been the many billions of dollars spent on AIDS research that we've had on like COVID research. And so the question is like whether or not it's good for the third world if that we're spending a shit ton of money, but also getting these vaccines out to rich people first.
So we're getting the vaccines out to rich people first?
Not necessarily rich people, but well, so yes, to rich people first, but more importantly to like rich countries first, right? So like the U.S., Germany, broadly the EU writ large, to Singapore, to places like that that are able to afford to get a shit ton of money spent on it, Israel, wherever it might be, and to compare that to a place like Nigeria or a place like Guatemala, there's a real difference there.
So like you're saying like rich countries.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a good thing. Like I don't know, like because we've sort of built our system such that that's how it works, but I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
Yeah, I was gonna say, don't they have to have like the infrastructure to distribute and get it out quickly? And even like wasn't there numerous times where I heard that like the Trump administration was like paying more to get more faster over other countries, and then there was even like a second time where he was able to pay even more to get even more faster than other countries and chose not to pay the money the second time. So I guess like you also had people or countries able to spend money to get an advantage that way as well.
I mean, it really goes to like what the goal of the distribution of the vaccine is. Is it to stimulate the economy to get it back up and running, or is it just to prevent people from getting the disease? Because one could argue if you put country X who makes a bunch of money, get them up and running so that they can get the world back in order, maybe it makes more sense for that to happen because they probably bought more vaccines than they needed. They probably can distribute some of that. They can also assist with other, you know, assistance programs. Whereas if you provide to some of these other countries, you know, the getting everything back in line and action probably is going to take a lot longer.
I don't see it as really as particularly harmful, mainly because I think from what we've seen, most of the death and despair occurs in basically occurs in the elderly, right? So most of the damage happens. Most of the death that you see is from people that are elderly and have comorbidities. And I would say most of those people, most of the elderly are compacted in these richer, more Western societies. I also think the West and the U.S. in particular also bore much of the development expense and effort. So therefore, having the West be the first to benefit from that, I think is a natural conclusion from that effort as well. So I don't see it as particularly bad, so long as everybody gets a fair shake and is able to at some point have access to the virus, or not to the virus, but to the vaccine. Excuse me.
Has anybody here gotten the vaccine?
I'm getting it tomorrow. Nice.
Really?
I'm jealous.
Okay. The only people I know that have gotten it are old people. Like I actually got the virus, and I just got out of like the 8 to 9 month window of uh, what do you call it, being immune, and so yeah, now I'm like I work in the restaurant industry, so I come into contact with tons of people every day. So yeah, now I think I'm gonna go get it. It's free, right?
Yeah, it should be free. It should be free.
I mean, one of my workers the other day literally just like was like, "Hey, can I go take a 30-minute break?" And I was like, "Yeah, sure." He came back a little while later. He's like, "Yeah, I just went and got the vaccine." I was like, "Oh, really? You had it scheduled and you didn't even like ask? Like, what if I said no? You can't go take a break." He's like, "Oh no, I just walked over there just now and just stood in line
That's
and
lucky.
got the vaccine."
Here where I live, they do like a raffle in the mornings, and if you're not on like the first 3 minutes of the raffle, you're SOL.
In Evan, Ohio, and it seems like it started out with like they opened it up to like old elderly people and comorbidities, and they slowly like increased the amount of people who were able to get it, and then they're also opening up like mass vaccination sites. So there's one in Cleveland, one in Akron, I believe there's one in Columbus as well. Like the major cities have like mass vaccination sites where as long as you can make an appointment, you can go get one.
Yeah, where I live this weekend actually is the first week that the vaccine is scheduled to be available to anybody above the age of 17. So really, you don't need any comorbidities you have to a certain age above the age of 17. You don't have to have any reason other than that it should be available.
So have they done any studies? Like I know the primary group of people that's at risk here is like the elderly, right? Have they done studies on like if you're below 45 years old and you have starvation, or if you're malnourished, or you're running low on sleep, how does that impact your mortality rate towards the virus?
The comorbidities I've seen have been largely related to things that you would see also in the West. So high blood pressure, diabetes, history of stroke and heart condition, that kind of thing. But that's typically the kind of thing that you would see correlated with the population and or to see worse. Having
Yeah, that's what.
That's what. Oh yeah. That's not good.
Yeah. Yeah, in terms of the
You there, Maker?
Yeah, in terms of the third one, I think there's sort of like a couple of things. So one thing that is going on is obviously from like a humanitarian perspective, we make sure that everyone gets the vaccine, which is not good. That's one component. But there's also this sort of second component of, even from like a safety of the personal perspective, I don't think that we've like been very good about our foreign policy in terms of the way that we're thinking about the implications of disease, as well as the implications of war. Like, the reality is that coronavirus has killed more Americans than literally every single war in the United States history of this. Literally all of them. Yeah. We've lost 540,000 people. So that's in Civil War, we lost 546, I think it was. Right? Only slightly more. And so, like, when we think about, like, the most deadly events in the history of the world, like, wars just aren't part of that list. We're talking about the bubonic plague. We're talking about the Spanish flu. We're talking about things that are largely like disease-based. And I think it's really sort of a dangerous precedent that we're not looking at places like Lagos, Nigeria, and looking at places across China and across India in particular, giant megacities, huge slums,
only care about American lives, it's a real threat to American lives as well. Because like the reality is that is a place for diseases to just grow in a way to evolve very rapidly in the university and Western world. I think it's incredibly dangerous, and I don't think the coronavirus is necessarily the last stage of this. Certainly this version of the coronavirus is not the last stage of it. It's quite scary.
Yeah, my only thing is when it comes to like distribution of the vaccine, I mean, I guess it's kind of the way that like we've set up our like world, but like shouldn't it be the responsibility of governments to take care of their people before other people? Like,
The question is like whether or not it's a threat to us that people are dying in Kenya. And I think the answer is like, yeah, actually it is. Because like it's one thing if people are dying. Like, I mean, this sounds awful, but it's not a threat to American lives if people die of starvation in other countries, right? It's like it's an awful thing to say, but it's also true. But when people die of diseases that are very, very, very quickly going to spread and have already spread, the idea of those things evolving in other countries is a direct threat to our safety and security as a country. And so, like, I don't know, it might be worth thinking about this from like a national security perspective, beyond just like a humanitarian perspective.
I see what you're saying, but at the same time, like, as the United States government, what do? Do you say, hey, like, Tim Jones, you don't get a vaccine? Like, there's a limited amount of these things. Do you say, hey, Tim Jones, you don't get a vaccine because we're going to ship them over to some people in Kenya?
I think the job is to certainly get as many vaccines to as many Americans as possible, and that should be like priority number one. But I think priority number two should, be to get everyone else access.
Adam,
Is my mic stupid?
yeah, I think you're on the wrong mic. I think you need to change your input.
Maker, if you're talking, we can't hear you.
Better now?
Say that again.
Is it better now?
Yes, that's much better.
Oh, it's
All right, there we go.
Cut sleeve, you're still on mute, just so you know. I don't know if any of you guys heard the Cut Sleeves debate with Destiny. I think it was like 3 hours too. Like we listened to the whole thing.
I watched you go through some of it when you were playing Rocket League or whatever.
Yeah.
That's interesting. That's cool. Congratulations, I guess.
It's it's rare that he'll actually stay in a debate for 3 hours, and not only stay in a debate, but like Cut Sleeve just came in with just like 10 freaking topics written down and was just like, okay, next topic, and like they'd like go through it for like 30-45 minutes, and then they'd get to like an end point, and eventually, and you think like, okay, this is probably like the end of the video, and Cut Sleeve would be like, okay, next topic, and then just like move on to the next one. I'm like, wow, dude, like every time he's got another one, he's ready to go.
Right. So there's actually backstory behind that. So in a lot of Destiny's debates, you can actually see him get like visibly triggered and just be like, all right, next topic. Do you got anything next on your list? And I was like, you know what? Actually, if he does that to me like 10 times, I actually will have something next on my list. He's not gonna do that to me.
Nice.
That's good. Because yes, he does do that. Like, yeah, like he'll feel like he's already proven to his audience that he's won this debate. He like, you may not feel as though he's won, but he feels as though he's run the course on this debate. It's over now, and he'll always say like to end things like, okay, so like you got anything else? Like, and normally they're like, well, no, like I want to talk about this. He's like, okay, cool. See you later, buddy. Like, and so Cut Sleeve every time is like, all right, next topic.
Yeah, I mean,
at the end, Destiny actually said, he's like, all right, man, I'm tired. Like, if you got any more topics, just we'll get to those next time. Like, just.
I mean, the cool thing about I've watched a decent amount of Destiny. I say the cool thing is like, if you keep like, as long as you're not boring as fuck, he'll like keep engaging with you. So I think that shows a lot on like Cut Sleeve, that he like was able to engage Destiny for 3 hours, because that guy has I swear he has ADHD and he just like he gets bored. He's like, banish you to the shadow realm. We're doing something else. So
Yep. Well, even like on my last panel that he came on, he like actually got bored and started to take positions, contrarian positions that he didn't even believe in just because he wanted to fight people. Like he got sick of like, people
Which is
agreeing.
valid.
that he
I'm
was-
not opposed.
I do that a lot. Not on panels, but in life.
Sometimes as well.
Oh, I do it on panels. Like the whole like I think Stardust the first time we met, I was in the middle of like a red pill incel, whole take on like how women should stop wearing like provocative clothes or something like that. I was super bored and was ready to just like take on like a super contrarian
A nuclear
position
position.
on
Yeah.
yes on a panel full of lefties. Like I was like, all right,
Oh
I'm
my
so
God.
sick of everything everybody's talking about. Like I actually purposely misunderstood the topic. So they're like, okay, so the topic is Muslim women are like, what did they say? Like they're being their hijabs or their face
The
coverings
burqa.
are
Hijab.
yes, it's being banned in like certain states or something like that. And they're like, so what do you guys think? And I was like, oh, they're making women wear more clothes. That's a good thing. Women need to stop dressing so provocatively. And they're like,
Tom.
no.
I think I was
Like,
there
no,
for that
they're like,
actually.
it was
Funny is that I
they're
was
like,
the
it's the
contrary one
opposite.
before
Well,
that. like,
they're like, it's the opposite. No, like they're saying they can't wear that. Wait, what were you saying? And I was like,
Yeah.
oh, that's what it was. Well, I mean, we could talk about that too, I guess. They're like, no, let's talk about your thing. What were you just saying? What was that? Like I was like, all right, well, I mean, here we go.
the thing with that topic specifically is usually
my
I'm
God.
in the minority about that topic as well, because when I went into that all female panel and that was one of the topics, every single person they were going around to was like, oh, some of them feel really liberated wearing that, and some of them really like that, and we shouldn't be telling them what to do and all of that. And I'm like, right, so while I don't agree with like the government intervening with what like people wear, and I don't think it's necessarily like a sign of extremism, it is a sign of like patriarchy and like misogyny that like and then they were all like I don't know. It was weird. I tend to that's probably one of my spicier takes, is that like the burqa and the niqab are
Is that the Prime Kai debate?
Yeah.
Amazon
Mhm.
one or whatever.
Well,
Yeah,
it was
yeah.
it's also probably a sign of I don't know, brainwashing. Is it just me? Like Jonah and Stardust are both frozen on my screen.
Really?
Now they're showing up on
Yeah,
mine.
my
No, they're
internet
good for
speed's
me.
shitty. It's not good.
Okay, well no, now it's just Stardust.
Well, I hope I'm not frozen in an unflattering position.
Yep.
You know,
Everybody looks fine to me.
leave that up to the individuals to decide.
I mean, he takes the position that you need to be wearing more clothes. So come on.
yes. Let's see.
I wouldn't call it brainwashing.
Tom, that's
like-
so. You're like, yeah.
You know. Hold on. All right, I'm disabling your video and then turning it back on.
Okay.
Yeah, you might
try
have to
this
change your input real quick. Turn off your video and then turn it back on. Start
Okay.
it. There you go. Better.
So yeah, I don't think it's brainwashing. I do think that it's I think it's naive to think though that these people aren't feeling social pressure from their communities to dress that way though. I think it's like extremely naive actually. There's no way that you can like look at that and say that person like is feeling liberated without them doing their own mental gymnastics, right? And yeah, maybe at some point when they're older, they do feel liberated by being able to wear this no matter what anybody says, right? But the practice itself is based in misogyny, in my opinion. I have no problem with hijab, but the niqab and the burqa, like that, you're covering like the one thing. the mouth, right? You're covering like the thing that people use to like make a noise. It's one thing to like
And to spread coronavirus.
Hmm.
anyways.
Yeah, maybe everyone should just cover their mouths, right? Not.
It
we're
has to
literally
have
all
2
doing
or more layers of cloth, so I don't know if that qualifies.
I'm pretty sure masks are supposed to have 3, so like not enough layers there.
No,
thought it was
it's
5.
the
Yeah,
amount
masks
of
are pretty
layers.
different. Masks are pretty different for obvious reasons, right? Like this is
It's
not a
not
cultural
that, like,
thing,
there's yeah.
it's a health
It's
thing.
not that there's a good.
I'm
level
just
of
making jokes.
layers. Like yeah, more. I was too. Like more layers is obviously better. More social distancing is obviously better. Like but they do have like I guess a recommended amount. But obviously
This
it's all
is so
gonna vary.
anti-science.
What is?
What more layers is better? I need a definitive
Anti-science?
stat, man.
Wait, that
no,
makes
it's that you
perfect
can
sense.
get-
The whole point
yeah,
is to
you
wait.
can
That makes
get-
perfect sense. Complete sense. The whole point
You
is
can
to
get-
try to stop you from, like, getting your cough to spit off onto other people. So if you have
Yeah.
more blocking your spit from hitting other people, that will do better.
Yeah, you
right?
can get actual
perfect sense.
data based on how thick the cloth is, how well the fabric catches certain types of like phlegm or
There are
or-
studies actually that show.
Yeah,
that it can
I'm
even
aware of the
reduce
studies.
the-
I'm not anti-mask. It was a joke. By the way.
Mhm.
oh
gotcha.
okay.
I think we're all just memeing, and we got memed down a rabbit
I've
hole.
run into way too many anti-maskers.
Yeah, no.
so-
I had a
No,
debate.
I
do
am
any more
not
memes
an
about
anti-masker.
What do you mean?
I will say though
Yeah.
that the CDC did release data recently in the past month or so saying, in my opinion, that implementing mask mandates has not been as effective as that has been advertised to be. So
Well, that's because no one fucking follows them in the United States.
Right. Yeah.
They work in other countries. They just don't work here because there's a cultural phenomenon where people fight back against it and don't actually wear their masks. Right?
Mhm.
Yeah,
And
but
don't
there's
social
not-
distance.
Whether it's mandated or not is actually not actually relevant. What's relevant is whether or not people are actually doing it.
It's an idea of like freedom.
Yeah.
Like,
I
the
wish
government
this
should be
study
allowed to
had
tell you
that
what to do.
granular of response because it's unfortunately like all of the United States that was under mandatory mask mandate. They had a growth rate percentage that they published, and then they did a like
worthless.
post mask mandate where they did the
Mhm.
same national average.
Yeah.
Right, which is worthless. I mean, what
Yeah.
actually matters is the percentage of people who are actually wearing them.
But I don't think it's worthless. I think the idea is that like the in the United States, like you're not like the idea is you're not like critiquing masks and mask wearing. You're critiquing policy, and we're showing that like these policies
Yeah.
aren't like effective in the United States compared to
The
not like
policy-
the
yeah,
mask. Like
the policy isn't the point though. Like like if you had the
I
exact
mean, but
same
it
policy,
it really
if you had the exact
is.
same policy in South Korea, it would work completely differently because the culture around the policy is completely different.
But yeah,
People in South
that's
Korea
the
have been
whole thing with
working
policy in
against it
general.
all
Like
the
when we
time.
talk about policy, it's like I mean, policy is directly related to the people that it's implemented on. Like we wouldn't
For
take
sure,
United
I
States
agree.
economic policy, or economics might be a bad example, but you wouldn't just take not United States economic policy and like copy paste that and put it on South Korea and be like, oh, it's gonna work perfectly.
I agree. The concern is that like when you're looking at like how well or poorly did this mask mandate do, it's not quite a fair thing because it's essentially the same as like, okay, these people who are in the hospital, are they more or less likely to die than people who are not in the hospital? Well, like obviously people who aren't in the hospital are less likely to die because people who aren't in the hospital, generally speaking, are healthy, right? So like in other countries, they don't need to have as many mask mandates. In certain areas around our country, people take coronavirus and other health issues more seriously than they do in other areas. So like doing a one-to-one, is there a mask mandate? Is there not a mask mandate? Isn't a relevant statistic. What's relevant is doing a one-to-one of the percentage of people who are actually wearing masks.
Wait, no, I don't think we disagree. I think I'm saying is the policy. Like there's like obviously the number of people wearing masks is important, but like the study on the policy versus the study on the number of people wearing masks are like two completely different things. For example, actually something that I saw a while ago that someone like threw at me because they were like an anti-masker or an anti-government imposing mask mandates is that I think it was like 85, like this is months ago, but something like 85% of people in places where there weren't mask mandates were already wearing masks, right? And so, like, for example, you could do the same policy implementation in a place like South Korea, and let's say that like everyone was already wearing masks and the implement of the policy did nothing. And like that's so this kind of leads credence to what you're saying, that like, oh, like the policy thing isn't important, and like it's a really important thing like tool to have in your toolbox, but it's not like the end all be all. But I would say it's like a really important tool that like it was like good that they published a study on it. I guess what the problem is, people are gonna like take the information and like jump to conclusions that are like bad.
Yeah, I'd be really interested in seeing if anyone's done a study of states that have issued mask mandates, because this study is relying on that predicate there. Which states have done better, and which states should we actually look at the data on for this particular study instead of just saying all states?
Yeah,
because I'd rather not read a useless study if the study itself is flawed.
Yeah, I mean,
there have been a lot of really good studies actually that
Yeah.
like can show that there is even like it's a really complicated study too, and I'll have to find it and post it again, but it was more talking it had to take into consideration so many variables and so many different policies to really like get to a point to say that like certain policies were actually helpful and certain policies weren't helpful. And it was a lot, dude. Like it was a lot, and it gave a lot of the anti-mask people ammo to say that that masks and social distancing wasn't actually helping, because there wasn't like a direct correlation like state by state or country by country. And it was a very complicated study, and so even people who were pro mask would have a really hard time going through that study and like proving that the right winger was wrong, because over and over throughout the study it says there is not a direct correlation between lower deaths, lower what do you call it, like a lower rates of spreading, or like all of these things. It says it over and over, but the study's not necessarily looking for a direct correlation. It's looking for like a combination of, businesses being shut down, social distancing orders, like all sorts of other things that need to come into play. And it's complicated, like it really was. So
Yeah, it just strikes me that like looking at law is just like a very silly way to do it. Because like, okay, so here's an example. So it's illegal to jaywalk in Pittsburgh. It's also illegal to jaywalk in Amherst, Massachusetts. In Pittsburgh, I go to school in Pittsburgh. No, people jaywalk all the time. It's not enforced, right? In Amherst, they like regularly at the beginning of every single school year, all of the kids at University of Massachusetts report getting like 10, 15 kids getting a ticket and actually like having to pay money for having jaywalked and getting harassed by the police officers there. And so like what's actually relevant isn't what's on the paper in terms of law. What's relevant is how it's enforced. And so when we think about like how much these mask mandates are actually being enforced, the reality is that in the majority of cases in the United States, they're not really being enforced in any serious sense, outside of being enforced by individual corporations, individual storefronts. Those places are enforced, dependent on how seriously the corporation is taking the coronavirus, right? But it's not like these are actually being enforced in any serious sense in the United States. These are being seriously enforced in other countries. And in California, there were certain points of the time slot that they were being seriously enforced, but broadly speaking, they're just not.
I don't know how much like experience anybody on here has with like policy or like reading or writing or like just looking at policy, but enforcement is a part of policy. So like when in South Korea or like even California, when you like draft policy, a lot of times you include enforcement in the policy. So to say that like you can't like critique law and policy because like it's a difference in enforcement, like enforcement is very much part of policy like critique.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
agree.
I would
I
agree
agree
with
that, that's valid.
But
That's
I-
valid.
yeah,
It's just that
Yeah.
go for it.
Yes, so that's the kind of the point though, right? Like, I think what Quibbles is saying, what I'm hearing is that in order to have a law, in order to have a law that you expect people to follow, it needs to have some kind of teeth to it. It needs to have some amount of enforcement written into it. And if it doesn't, then it's basically a pointless law. It's like Congress passing, you know, a resolution to recognize something, like it doesn't. Like if it's a non-binding resolution, then there's no reason to adhere to it or to stick to it in any way, right?
Yeah, there was like a whole thing with Joe Biden saying that he, um, that he wanted certain like uh hate crimes and things like that looked into, um, for against Asian Americans, and a bunch of black people were really upset about this, and they're like, yo, like, how the hell is this happening in just like a few short months for Asians, when like we've been out here marching for months, for years even? Like, how do they just get like a couple hate crimes and then all of a sudden they've got mandates and crap like that?
That whole thing is really weird to me, by the way. Like, I don't, my conspiracy theory brain is like sounding the alarm bells every time that I see stuff about Asian hate, because like I don't, like I can understand if that type of stuff is actually on the rise, but I would like to see documented cases. Like, it just seems like the data is very strange to me. Like, I don't know where
I
the
mean,
type of
Asian hate is. I mean, some Asian hate. A lot of it comes from like the coronavirus. So, for example,
I'm
I
sorry,
think
one
one.
second, one
Go
second.
ahead.
I wanted to finish my point.
Go,
So,
go, go.
with a lot of people were upset about the mandates and the like executive orders and stuff like that. The problem is that none of them actually did anything. All they said was like, we should look into this sort of thing.
Mhm.
And it's like, that's it. It was saying like that's all of the mandates is like, hey, we want the, we want somebody to look into this or look into that, and that's it. There was no no there was no like new laws put into place. There were no new um they didn't change like punishment for, or it even said things like look into raising the the minimum punishment for hate crimes against Asians, or like all sorts of stuff like that. And it meant absolutely nothing. It was just virtue signaling, and that was it.
I guess the idea is that like maybe virtue signaling sometimes is important when you're a government,
Oh,
right?
sure.
Like
Sure.
not to say that it does anything, and like maybe people sometimes get their hopes up too much about stuff like this, but yeah, sometimes it's important for the government to say, hey, we need to like look into this stuff. I think it was really clear with stuff like LGBT like rights and stuff like that, and that like it started like, for example, the push for gay marriage started with like people saying, hey, we need to like look into this kind of stuff. I actually believe Joe Biden was the first person in the Obama administration to like talk about that.
Because but you're talking about something that was an actual, like a tangible inequality, right? Like that you could point to it. You could say this is where things don't match up. There's an inequality here where basically straight people have this thing that they can do, which is legally recognized. And it's not, it doesn't apply equally, right? So according to the Constitution, like, it's a very clear cut thing where it's a violation of equal protection. Whereas other things, you could say that it's other things are virtue signaling, but like that was something that was very clear cut. You could point to it. You could say this is something that is a detriment to this particular group of people, right?
I mean, I think so. I really do think that like crimes against Asian Americans are actually on the rise, and you can see um within individual crimes that the rates are going up something like 200%. The problem is that it's going up 200% from like 42 in the entire country, per year to like now I don't know what's 160 in 1 year. And so it was like a really small amount, and so to go up 200% sounds like a ridiculous amount, but in reality it was still a really
Yeah.
small amount in the first place. So
I'm not sure if I buy that,
200%
Tom.
wasn't all that.
And
I'm not sure
what's the
I buy that.
definition
I mean,
of
I think
hate
that
crime?
when different things, a hate crime is someone's physically attacked for something for a protected class. So,
So
race,
physical
ethnicity,
violence.
sexual orientation, physical violence, yeah, perceived
Okay.
character, religion, disability, those kinds of things. So like you're right that the actual number of hate crimes are pretty low, but I think that hate crimes are sort of a flashpoint of an underlying problem, right? Like I think, and this is similar to sort of like the issues of Black Lives Matter, right? Like the number of people who are literally killed by police aren't so dramatically high that it's a serious problem. What's a serious problem is the way that people are handled by police at a generalized level. It's like the day-to-day infractions that are smaller levels but happen much more frequently. And so the question is like, do we have a growing like racial animosity against Asians in our country? And to that, I think unfortunately the answer is yes. Beyond just like the, how many people are literally getting killed? Okay, not that many. That part's true. But the question is more broadly, what are the racial relations and how are they changing?
Yeah, I like very much agree. I think it's like regardless of like it's not like one of these things where it's like, oh, we changed the definition of this so it went up by this much. It's like when you see like Asian hate crimes going up like 200% like across like the United States, it's like indicative of like a deeper problem. It's not like it sounds like, oh, well, there's only this many. Well, sometimes like that's too many, or sometimes like the increase is like a problem, because like you can say like, oh, it only went to 200%, but what if next year it goes up 500%? And if we can like see something like this early on and like nip it in the butt, we can like stop it early and be good.
Well, you do have to be careful, and of course this is associated with also the like gun violence statistics as well. When you see large numbers like that, 200%, 500%, what's the number based off of? Is it going from 10 to 50?
Right, that's what I was saying.
And yeah,
But that's not-
that's a problem.
But that doesn't
like you
matter.
said,
I
but-
just don't agree. I just don't think that's the relevant number. The number that matters isn't the number of people who are literally getting killed. The number that matters is the number of people who are having day-to-day, like it's not even like
Yeah.
physical attacks, but like
I'm just
social
saying that
degradation.
when we start talking numbers like that, it's like we got to be careful what the number is, what it actually means, what it represents. Then
Yeah, I
we
just
can
think
talk about
like the fundamental
Jonah,
question
we're
is
saying the same thing. We're just saying that the percentage isn't what matters. It is the actual number that matters, the hard number.
And hard numbers don't really mean much though.
I mean,
Well,
looking
hard
at
numbers
Yeah,
don't
I just
mean
don't
much
know why you
without
would care.
research and without analysis, right?
yeah, so I'm looking
Um,
at this one sheet from the FBI. It says Asian hate crimes from 2018 to 2019 went from 148 to 158, and then from 2014 to 2019 it was 140 to 158. So it's like I-
No, well, we're talking about though. I think you have to really look within like 2019 to 2020 to really see that rise that we're talking about.
right, this is
Because-
just an example of a figure that's like the number is not as large as being advertised.
But I mean,
Well,
it's exactly as large as
2020.
being advertised.
yeah, no, I think I think yeah that doesn't include the most recent stuff, and whether we want to believe it or not, we could like look at hate crimes as a whole and see how they
So the number I'm
decreased.
seeing is totals nationally between 2019 2020
Wait, let's just zoom in.
49 versus 120.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. what was-
My stat could be
Zooming
completely
out,
off
do you think
too,
that-
but
demographic?
yeah, this is I can post this where you want it, Tom.
Okay, so no, what I was gonna say is again, for 2020, right, it would be different. In 2021, it would be different, right? But as a whole, we have had, regardless of demographic, if we take demographic out of it, as a whole, we have had an increase in hate crimes, like a significant increase.
Okay, zooming out, when we think about racism, or we think about any number of sort of isms, sort of issues, like, is our primary concern the people who are literally getting killed, which is a small number, or is our primary concern the much larger sort of both systemic and also interpersonal racism that is being used against many millions of people rather than a couple hundred? Because I'm much more concerned about the second, to clarify.
I mean, fixing the second fixes the first, so
Yeah,
of
I
course that's the
agree.
bigger
But the point, so okay, if we recognize that the bigger issue is like the anti-Asian hate writ large, the question is, number one, why do we have anti-Asian hate growing? That's one question. And the second question is like sort of what can we do to foster a difference, rather than focusing on like the minutia of like how many people literally were killed. I just don't think that's ultimately a relevant thing to be thinking about. So like when I think about like why it's changing, my answer is, when I sort of conceive of like what is white supremacy in the context of the United States, historically it's been mostly the idea of, okay, you have, black people are going to be the underclass, you have white people as the superior race, and then you have Jews as the sort of the scapegoat, as the white race traders who have made the decision to use their power to help black people and help other Hispanic people grow into this sort of new class of personhood, and manage, even though they're like genetically inferior, to take simultaneously all of these jobs from white people. Right? That's like the premise of white supremacy, right? And so like that premise, I think, is changing now, because the reality is that Asians, and Asia specifically, is increasingly a power, both financially and socially, in a way that I don't think it's been historically. So like as China becomes the largest economy in the world, and as increasingly there's social capital that comes with South Korea, or there's social capital that comes with Japan, how is that going to change the relationship of white supremacy with the broader world system wide?
I guess I would agree, but with caveats. Like, I'm interested to find out exactly how these types of things are manifesting, right? So, like, when you talk about an anti-Asian hate crime, what amount of detail goes into that? How much context is there around that? Is this somebody that is like, when they document something like that, is this somebody that's known to have anti-Asian sentiment, or is there just a fist fight that happens and then somebody goes, well, that person said that I'm here to beat up an Asian person, and therefore it gets documented as an anti-Asian hate crime? I'm curious as to know like what the process is for classifying something like this and how it's manifesting. Because if it's not some group or like a cabal of like white supremacists that are actually actively targeting Asian people, I don't know how much you can actually do about it, because it's stochastic, right? Like people
Oh,
are just
no.
going
Why does
about
it have to be white
No.
supremacists that
No,
are doing that? It could be
yeah,
anybody.
like think about like
But this is
the
my point.
rhetoric
I-
from
if
Trump
it's just
talking
an
about
any
like
day,
the China virus, or talking
Mhm.
about like this is China's fault,
Right.
or like that could very easily like manifest in anti-Asian uh uh feelings and ideas across the country, to where people would go out and just start doing stupid stuff that would hurt Asians.
Yeah,
They don't
Yeah,
have to be white
yeah, there's
so
definitely a
I
danger to that. I agree.
I posted the data I'm looking at into the general chat. If that's the right one, we could talk about it, or y'all can point me to another one.
I see what you're saying. So you're saying the rhetoric has an effect on individuals, and it doesn't necessarily have to be an organized effort, right? It
Yes.
doesn't necessarily have to be an organized group of. I see what you're saying.
I think that like hey, go ahead, Stardust.
No, it's okay. You can.
What I was gonna say is I think I can't see your
Took the
study.
bait, Adam. You're sexist, bro. You took the bait.
I took the bait. Oh wow. Oh my god, misogynist. You know, I talked about on stream yesterday how I was probably ableist too, so it's okay. We're just adding one ism at a time, right?
That's actually something we're gonna get into a little bit later.
Okay,
Not
that's
you,
that's
not
cool.
your ableism, but
Not my ableism in general. Okay, that's good to know. But what I was gonna say is like I think like a lot of times people get too caught up in the numbers, and they use that to like downplay like systemic issues. So like a lot of time, like we're saying things like, oh my god, it only went up from like 50 to 100. Well, that's like an 100%, or is it a 200% increase?
That's 100.
That's 100% increase in like hate crimes. And like then you end up asking questions like if you say, oh well, that's not enough, well, when does it become enough? Is it when it goes from 100 to 200 or 200 to 400, or if that rate keeps increasing, when it goes from 100 to 300, or then 300 to 900, and then 900 to like 10,000? Like when do we try to start doing something about it? And I think it's less about, I think that's why it's like a lot better to look at percentages. Now you can say, oh, we look at the absolute numbers on the large scale of things. This is probably like in some ways, for some things, it might be a little bit of a smaller problem compared to something like homelessness or something like healthcare, right? That affects way more people. But and that's when you can kind of use absolute numbers when you're like, how many lives can we impact with like a certain policy or a certain amount of money? But when we're trying to like look at problems and identify them before they're like too late, like I think it's very useful to like look at these percentages and say, hey, this number's going up a little bit. We might want to do something about that.
yeah, sure.
Or change happens in small amounts,
I don't
right?
disagree at all. I think this is a problem and it should be addressed. But I do like to keep my mind settled in reality and what the facts are, rather than reacting to an emotionally charged article or something.
Wait, but you're the one being emotional because the fact is that it went up by 200%. Like that is the fact.
Something really quick. I do have a question for the Turk. Is the data you're basing this off of, just because I have like I'm in like 100 servers, so I'm trying to find where it is.
It's in tomfooleries, yeah.
Yeah, I know I'm in 100 servers though, so it's hard for me to find.
I can DM it to you.
No, it's cool. Is the data you're looking at purely just people who have been killed or assaulted?
No, there's a pie chart down here, prejudiced incidents targeting US AAPI populations.
Okay,
It says verbal harassment, coughing.
Businesses?
I don't know, and that's why I'm asking, like,
Yeah,
if there's
so
better
that's
data
the
out
thing.
there. I
Yeah.
don't know.
I don't know. I don't know if there is, but I would say even looking at this, right? Like I agree with Adam's point that like we have to look at like whether or not like they're like no matter what the number is, the percentage increase is important, right? And then on top of that, because this doesn't really take into account like property damage, I would argue that property damage actually is a form of violence against a person, right? If you spend like decades of your life building up a business and like that gets attacked, right? Because they talk about that about certain businesses being targeted, Asian owned businesses being targeted. So I think that is important to think about.
Yeah, this study looks really cool. This is hate crimes down
Targeted with
6%,
violence, though,
but
right?
it's up
Not just,
145%.
Yeah,
It looks
I mean,
like
obviously,
this is so small.
Just quickly,
no person, maybe there might not be a
The total,
person who directly gets
like,
assaulted,
hate
but
crime.
it's still targeted towards an Asian business.
Right.
Yeah,
Just
it,
quickly, like
go ahead.
for Turk, what kind of statistics do you think would be a appropriate statistic to look at to understand if like I think that most of us are looking at this as the metric when we think about like the number of people who are literally getting killed or the number of people who are literally having property damage, all of those as a metric for something larger, which is like societal pressures against Asians, like day-to-day sort of distaste and hatred for Asians. How would you try to get a metric that counts
I
in a more direct sense?
honestly don't
You
know
keep
how to collect that kind of data. I can say, looking at this particular study, there's a lot of different types of information here. So I think there's at least people that are on the ball, and I'm genuinely
Yeah, so-
interested in
so-
learning more.
Yeah, valid. So I think the way that I approach data like this, and similarly, this is the way I approach, like, flashpoints in the context of Black Lives Matter. This is the way I approach flashpoints in terms of housing discrimination, flashpoints in terms of school access, all of those things. I approach all of these not so much as like these individual events are extraordinarily important, but rather that these individual events are like evidence and sort of ways for us to sort of keep tabs on broader social problems. So I see like the number of people who are literally getting killed by police, but it's the top of the surface of like this giant sort of iceberg, and the broader problem is the problem of like over policing in certain areas. The broader problem is like the fact that certain people are going to jail for longer periods of time, that all of these different problems are the actual problem, and we just happen to be able to like talk because it's simple and it's easily countable about this top level, but it's not. And so I similarly think about this as being like a top level example of, okay, it went up by 200%. Now, obviously, this individual fact that 200 people died or whatever it was isn't ultimately that relevant. But I think it's a relevant statistic, not for its own sake, but because it's representative of something larger that's happening under the surface.
So
Jonah, just so you know, we're getting like half the words. Like we'll get like a sentence and then you'll cut out, and then we'll get a sentence and then you'll
What
cut
the
out.
fuck? That's
I
nonsense.
caught most of the gist of what he was saying, and I don't disagree. I think
My
the more
Wi-Fi
data,
is
the more data, the better. A pushback to that would be in 2015, according to the FBI data statistics, we were at the all-time low for Asian hate crimes. In 2017, we went from 100 to 150. Were we raising alarm bells then?
I'm sorry. What was the? Can you rephrase that again? I'm sorry.
So in 2015, we were at the all-time low of anti-Asian hate crimes as reported by the FBI. In 2017, we went from 100 to about 150.
I'll be right back.
That's a 50% increase.
Mhm.
Were we raising?
We did raise an alarm. We did raise an alarm that actually hate crime in general, maybe not directly towards the Asian community, but hate crime overall has been brought up. Overall has been brought up that it was on the rise.
So actually, in the study that's that he posted, which is actually it's really good information. So in the past year, overall hate crimes has seemed to have gone down by 6%. In the past year, and but Asian hate crimes are up by like 100. Was it 104 or was it 145%, or was it 45%? 149%. Sorry, I don't have it pulled up. But yeah, I mean, hate crime in the last like 10 years, I believe, has been going up pretty steadily, and it's cool to see a drop in overall hate crime, but to see Asian hate crime go up a little bit more is kind of something that we should be worried about. And I don't think the idea, it's like, oh, like, well, did we raise alarms when this happened before? I mean, I don't think that's like a good thing to go by. Oh, we didn't like address this problem before, so we like don't address this problem now.
We did raise an alarm though. I find that's
Or overall hate
Yeah.
crime.
Well, I'm not saying we did or didn't. I'm just saying
targeted, right? We still saw an overall rise, and people did raise an alarm around, I think you said 2015 or 2016. So yeah.
Well, I'm not saying that like we didn't raise alarm. What I'm saying is like I don't think it's important whether or not we raised alarm before. But like it's kind of like saying, oh, it's kind of like that. I can't remember what it's called, but when you like
it's whataboutism. It's whataboutism.
Whataboutism? I don't know what that means. I'm sorry, but what I'm saying is
abstracted whataboutism, basically. Like
it's obfuscating away from the actual point.
Yeah, I guess that works. I was just gonna say it's like kind of like, oh, like we didn't do this thing in the past, so like what we should keep doing it that way? Is like that the argument you're making? Like if we never got away from like what's a really good example? Like slavery, and we're like, well, we never dealt with it in the past, so like we shouldn't deal with it now. It's like really like that's like not a really good line of thinking to have.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not trying to say that you would like want slavery back or anything. I'm just saying like that's kind of like what you're saying when you like you're implying.
Yeah, that's fair.
No, but okay.
Back to the jobs. I'm curious on that subject. Stardust, do you want to like reframe what you were saying there?
About what? I'm sorry, about jobs?
The hijabs,
About
the
the
Oh,
hijabs
Okay,
and
I have no problem with hijabs,
yeah.
right? I find the burqa and the niqab actually incredibly like isolating to especially to women who live in like a Western society, right? Um, I find that that kind of clothing is isolating, right? And whether you want to believe it or not, somebody who dresses like that is going to be generally like uh probably not going to integrate as well into the rest of society, right? Now that's fine, right? I don't believe in like forced integration, right? But I do think that in communities where a lot of people wear those things, a lot of women begin wearing those things because they see the people around them wearing those things, right? It's societal pressure at a smaller scale. If you don't wear it, you're probably not going to be seen as like a very chaste woman, right?
Oh, that's
Or
cool.
like an honorable person.
It went up a bit.
And I do
Actually,
think
hate
that
crime
it is a
was going
remnant.
down a
I
bit
don't
before
think
Trump
it is
was elected.
like people try to point at it and say
Oh,
it's
that makes
extremism.
sense.
I wouldn't say that it's extremism.
So
I would say
pre-Trump,
it's a remnant
post-Trump.
of like straight up misogyny because they say the women need to dress that way so men aren't tempted, aren't distracted, and then when they say that men have to hold themselves to the same standard, it's not true. Men are told to look away, right? Why is there no there's no equality as far as like the level of work that each gender has to put in to like be modest, right? So yeah.
So if
So,
everyone was equally
real
modest, would it
quick,
be?
can I Stardust? Can I ask what like nationality you are?
I'm Indian. My family is Muslim. So
Okay.
yeah.
All right, go ahead, Jonah. You
So
haven't
if
started
there was
talking yet,
equal,
is
yeah,
that
if there was equal levels of modesty among women and men, would you be comfortable with it?
Maybe I have yet to find a religion. Sorry, I'm sweating. I have yet to find a religion that has not put women on a secondary status towards men. So if you found one that doesn't do that, like let me know. But Islam, just like Christianity, just like every Abrahamic faith, actually, even most of the um, polytheistic faiths too, generally puts women in a secondary status, and there is a higher standard of like performative modesty that women have to abide by.
That's
Versus
true. When you have a leader who's like, very like racist and outspoken about it,
yeah.
it would make sense that
And
like
then
you would go
putting a
out.
niqab on and
I'm
putting
not
a
sure I'd
burqa
buy
on,
that. Yeah.
putting a niqab on and putting a burqa on is like a huge amount of work in comparison to what a man has to do.
For sure.
Right? Like it's a huge amount of work. Like that, it's not just like you put it on and it's done. You know. So the fact that like
Yeah, I agree with
men
that.
from that faith, yeah. Well, men from that's the thing that bothers me. Men from that faith always tell me like, oh well, men. It's not just the women who have to do it. Men have to be modest too. They have to look away. How come your only job is to look away? So yeah. But
Interesting. Yeah, I think that. So I think that there's sort of a couple of different things going on. So the first thing that's going on is like there's a sense in which it's not entirely clear how much it's actually an option for people to choose to wear it or not. So that's like the first component, and it's very difficult obviously from my perspective as someone who's outside to like know how much of it is actually a choice. And I do think that like there is a sense in which like yeah, if you really do want it, you probably should be able to do it. And so like for example, when you think about France, which has banned it in certain circumstances, that seems bad. That seems wrong.
I agree with you.
But it's hard for me to like figure out a way. Yeah.
I have said I don't agree with
Yeah.
any government dictating how people should dress, because it's just going from one person telling you how you should dress to another person telling you how you should dress, which I think is like already like sticking too many hands into your life, right? What I do think is I do think though the rhetoric around saying like, oh, women feel liberated wearing burqas and wearing niqabs is incredibly naive, because oftentimes, in majority of the cases, women who grow up wearing those things because they feel that pressure from their surrounding community to wear that, right? And that pressure is misogynistic in nature, right? Women who grow up wearing that, they might at some point um, find it within themselves to be liberated in the things that they wear, but I find that, and I would never take that away from another woman, right? But like um I would say the start of people, practicing those things, following those practices, is misogynistic in nature. It's meant to cover up a woman. It's meant to cover up her mouth, which is what the niqab and the burqa do. The hijab doesn't even do that. And it only shows the eyes. And then even with one of them, it's like literally a grill, so you can't even see the eyes. It's incredibly it's just, there's no way that you can, I don't know, I can't look at that and say that there wasn't, the purpose of that was not to keep women out of the way, so yeah.
You keep saying woman. It's driving me crazy. You say it the way it's spelled. Like people add like an I in there and they say women, right?
Oh,
The what?
woman.
Just
Sorry, I didn't mean to go into
Okay.
just
I
say
would still-
femoids
I-
and we'll be
Yeah.
alright.
So okay, here's a
I'm
question.
triggered,
nobody
dude, by,
should
like,
understand.
No, no,
others
no. I
who
appreciate your
have
rant.
no like perspective,
I
who
appreciate your rant.
Yeah, no, literally, literally, like women who have no perspective, right? Who say like, "Oh, they feel liberated doing that." I'm like, yeah, that is what somebody tells themselves growing up, having to wear that stuff, right? And maybe some of them do eventually find it within themselves to be liberated by it, but a lot of the times I've talked to girls who have like grown up wearing like the hijab even, and they, when they were wearing it, they said like, "Oh yeah, like this is just how it is, and I feel liberated, and this is me," and then they've like still gone on to like take it off later and stop wearing it, so I don't know, it's like
Yeah. So
and there are countries with the like context of the burqa and the niqab being like forced in certain countries, women get beaten, right? Like in the street, if like even a little bit of their skin shows, right, by accident. So like I can't. There is no way.
that
you know?
doesn't sound very empowering.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No, absolutely not. Yeah.
something to be said is like I think a lot of times like marginalized groups kind of like it's kind of like a coping mechanism almost, like it kind of like do this thing where they like approve the oppression against them. So like a really good example is like if you go back and look at like women who couldn't vote, there are probably women who said, oh well, we probably shouldn't be able to vote, that's a man's job. Or like with the push
no,
for
it
women
was-
to go into STEM fields, like there's a lot of women who
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
It was, voting for women was in the minority. Like most
majority.
women
Yeah.
did not.
The majority,
want-
yeah, didn't want to vote.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm saying like
Yeah.
women who wanted
So,
to
okay,
vote
here's a
were in the
question.
minority.
you cut out after you said here's a question.
You
Right.
like having
So here's a
quibbles?
question.
Okay.
There's sort of two questions. The first question. Oh, I cut out. I'm gonna use
What?
my phone. This is very
There's a
frustrating.
huge delay. There's a huge delay when
Oh!
you're talking, and then you cut
I'll
out.
be back in a second.
Yeah, I think I would
would-
bet that even if you asked slaves back in the day, like, oh, like, do you guys want to own property and run farms? They'd probably say, no, that's like the white man's job. And it seems like real, like now you like look at that and you're like, why the fuck would anybody ever say that? But like that's kind of like how like humans generally work. Like if you say,
Probably okay. You know what? I am totally fine with if somebody wants to like be a housewife or be a house husband, like totally fine with me. If somebody wants to like fill that like trad wife role, totally fine with me. Like I've thought at times like, oh yeah, I'd be so good at this. But like it's not my place to like dictate what any other person does with their life, right? I just think like people need to have like some cultural perspective about like where things come from and like what the truth is behind, you know, certain pieces of clothing. And it just like triggers me to no end when when, you know, I see like women on Twitter like posting about like, oh, we shouldn't be judging people, you know, on you know, the hijab, not the hijab, the niqab and the burqa, because, you know, that's their culture and they probably feel super empowered by it, and they probably look at us in our bikinis and they probably think like, oh, we're so objectified. And it's like, no, it's just the same amount of, it's like it's like it's objectification, like I don't know, but like um I don't know that it's like, I don't think you can compare those two things, you know? Like one literally you get beat, you know, like in certain countries if you're not dressed like that. And the other one is like, you know, yes, there's like a societal pressure for you to look good, but at least you're not like, um, you know, being threatened with violence. So
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
there are exceptions to that, right? Like in France, again, like people have been beaten in France for wearing certain garments, Muslim
Yeah.
garments, right? So like
Yeah.
there are senses in which like there's a counter extreme, and so there's sort of the first question that you sort of got to there is like whether or not there's, you know, if we were all expected to walk around naked, right? Like all of us, would that also be a form of oppression? I think probably.
Yeah,
I,
probably in a way, yeah.
yeah, in a way, a very different way, obviously, but I think it probably would also be a form of oppression. And then the second question is like, does, you know, to the extent that we have rules that are similar, like in terms of their premise, even if they're not to the same extreme, like it is true that there's a sense in which people are supposed to cover their breasts or supposed to cover, you know, their, you know, whatever it might be, that are, you know, men are able to get away with not wearing a shirt in a way that I think women aren't able to get away with not wearing a shirt, and that is a gendered thing. And it is a difference in terms of men versus women in the same kind of direction as the ones you're describing in the Muslim world, obviously not to the same extreme.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's true. No matter like where you go, right? People have been kind of conditioned um to kind of follow like what society pressures on them, right? But I think there is a certain level of like freedom of expression that we like enjoy in certain countries, that other countries, um, the idea of freedom of expression is like completely unthinkable, right? Like over here, like growing up, if somebody wanted to like do something different, like get highlights or something, they could probably do that. Even if they couldn't get blue highlights, they could probably get some sort of highlights, right? Um, or if somebody wants to like um, wear like a flashy nail polish or something, right? It's just that it's like the most basic of like autonomy, I feel like, that that like I don't know, we take for granted, right? But there are places where people just don't have those like very tiny choices to make, right? Um, Obviously, like there's always a question of like, and I ask myself this question all the time, because I don't know, I like try to think about the things that I want, and do I really want these things because I want them or because I've been conditioned to want them, you know? Um, and I don't know. I don't know what the answer is to that. So
I mean, I would say that we're probably all like conditioned to one thing. I don't think anybody like wants something purely because they want it. But I think like the question from there is like, is your conditioning to want this thing like a positive effect on your life? For example, is the like, I'm trying to think of a really dumb example. Like, is your conditioning, like being conditioned to want unhealthy food, like crave unhealthy food, is that like a good thing for your life? Probably not. But is your conditioning to want a roof over your head like a good thing? Like, probably so. Like,
yeah.
I don't know. Maybe you should go live in the woods, but.
Right? You know, it like is my want to like to like have certain like fill certain gender roles. Is that I have I been conditioned into that, or do I really want that, you know? And even like when it comes down to like even basic I don't know, like even basic like how do I put I don't know, it's just like it's weird. Certain gender roles that you just kind of like fall into, right? Like and I enjoy the benefits of it, right? But do I enjoy it? Do I really enjoy it? I mean, I think I do. I think that like I really thrive being like I couldn't imagine myself like filling any other roles other than the ones that I fill. And I think I like present myself in a pretty feminine way. But I don't know. Do I really want all the things that I want because I want them? Or am I just socialized to want those things? And does it really matter? Like, does it make a difference? You know?
Yeah.
It's almost always going to be both. Like you
Yeah.
really want it, but you really want it because you were
Mhm.
conditioned to want
Yeah.
it. Like
Yeah.
we don't like if in society everybody looked down on people who wore the color yellow, right? We just wouldn't wear yellow. And like we wouldn't think much of it. We just wouldn't wear yellow. And it wouldn't be that like I don't know, it wouldn't be a big deal to think like, well, do I really not want to wear it, or am I am I just conditioned to not want to wear it? Like it would be both. You don't want to wear it because people will think less of you, because everybody's socially conditioned to think less of you if you wear it. Like it's all of the above.
Yeah. I think another thing is to like for like people who want to be introspective is like you can look at like the types of things that you like, and then kind of like think about like if that fits, right? So like a really good example is if like um if you're a woman, for example, and like let's say like you think you have this want to like have a baby and be a stay-at-home mom, but let's say that you like don't really like children, and you really want to be you really want to have like a career, and you hate being like having nothing to do around the house, but like you feel this pressure to be a stay-at-home mom and bear children, then like maybe that's like something that's not for you. But if you're the type of person who really likes like decorating your house and like doing like traditionally feminine things, or like not even traditionally feminine things, like you like being around the house, you like cleaning, you like cooking, like these are things you're passionate about, or maybe not cleaning, who likes cleaning? I don't think anybody does, but like if these are things you're passionate about, then that might be something you're like, oh well, who cares if society made me want this is something that like aligns with the other things that I like, and it makes me happy.
What do you do if you like both? You know?
Yeah, no, I totally understand. Then that's my problem. You figure out a problem with that, like DM me, because I need help, dude. I like too many things.
Yeah, I think that's my issue too, is I like everything. And then
Same. That's why I failed out of college, guys. That's what I keep telling myself.
Are there multiple like societies that can be just that have very different gender roles, or is there like one right answer?
I don't know the answer to that. I think people should be able to live the way that they want they want. I'm very like,
Yeah.
I don't know. One of my biggest values is like is just individual liberty. And well, being able to like take care of like obviously society's most vulnerable people. But I don't know that there's like a right form of society. I don't even know enough theory behind gender roles itself and like I don't know, gender studies itself to be able to like speak on it. I feel like in an eloquent way, right? But I know that recently I listened to people talk about it, and they talked about how gender is in our society kind of meshed on top of sex, and we just have always kind of like although gender is this thing that society kind of pushes you into, and some of those things are, stereotypically like based on your sex, you might be better at them statistically, right? there's still roles that society pushes on you, right? And so, yeah, gender is just kind of meshed on top of sex in ours, but like there have been historically other societies where there have been multiple gender roles, not just two. And uh, yeah, I don't know. It's weird. I don't know enough about it, but
Yeah, I mean, I think, I mean, you can get like into like deconstructing gender and like gender abolition, but like if you want to work within like the current like gender confines, I think something that's really something I thought of that's like I didn't just think of this, somebody else probably thought of it, and I'm parroting who knows what, but it's probably okay if there's a society that exists where every woman wants to be a homemaker, but the question is, I generally don't think there's like some innate biological thing that like makes women better at homemaking than men, right? And so the idea is that if in a completely free universe every woman makes the decision without like being coerced by like society or something to be a homemaker, that's probably okay. But we probably like that's not the society we live in right now. Right now, like women who do certain things do it because they're like kind of pressured into it by society. There are lots of influence from when you're very young that like are determining these things, and we should probably try to get rid of those barriers. And if those barriers go away, and men are still more, let's say like men are less often doctors than women, or women are more often like lawyers than men, like we don't have to like try to rebalance that if there's no like pressure that's causing that. That's like not like unjust, I would say.
I mean, I think that I think people try to say that like there's no correlation to like sex and like what you might be good at. But I do think that I don't know how true that is. I think there's some parts of it that are true, right? Like we kind of push people into certain roles in society and they might not necessarily be the best, right? But I do think, it's kind of naive to not think that like hormones don't play a huge part in things we're going to be statistically more likely to be good at, right? Or to be drawn to, right? I do think just like there's just very clearly a physical size difference between men and women. There probably is very clearly um, a makeup that probably makes you just more statistically um, able to be good at certain things. So there are things like that, right? But I do think also women being like not utilized in the workplace, probably not like that probably itself was not a thing that was brought on because women are just better at homemaking. I think that's it, that itself, and women not being able to like, let's say, like speak in church or lead things in religious communities, right? Those things are practices that have probably been passed down because of women's secondary status. Um, and I think actually a lot of like society benefits from having women in the workplace, right? Uh so like yeah, I don't know, it's I think that there definitely are like gender roles that are unnecessary, and there is this like delegation to secondary status that's unnecessary, but I'm not somebody who says that it's all like just arbitrarily made up,
I
So
don't, I don't
I
think
think that both sides feel as though the other side pushes women in a certain direction. I think that like lefties feel as though the conservatives are pushing women to be housewives, and the conservatives all feel like the left is pushing women to be independent and not want to man, um and just be like a successful businesswoman. And I think both are probably true. I think that even though the left, like, they'll say things like, we don't want to stop women from being trad wives, we just want to make sure that they have the option. It seems as though they say those things in a very condescending way, though. Or like,
yeah.
if you've ever seen a woman go on to Amazon Lily and then start talking about how she's a housewife and she's a stay-at-home mom or something like that, it seems as though they disregard that person very quickly, as to like how intellectual they are and how well they can engage on the panel.
Do you think there are systemic limitations on the ability of women to be stay-at-home parents?
For men?
For
Oh, you mean like economically?
because
I think
because I think there are a
100%.
lot
Yeah.
sort of built
And
into
even there's this thing called social reproduction theory, right? And it's this it's kind of this theory that ties into feminism as a larger theory, right? Where women generally there's the pay gap, and although it's not like nearly as bad as people make it out to be, it's still significant enough that women tend to in a domestic relationship tend to shoulder more of the burden of picking up like those domestic duties in the house, right? And therefore they end up because they do that, and then because they're more likely to shoulder more of the burden when it comes to children, they're more likely to take time off for those things and not work as much, and then the gender pay gap is again exacerbated, right? And then you see it kind of like feed into each other, right? Like well, I don't make as much as him anyways, so I might as well like take off this time, right? And so it just like is a kind of like a thing like that. So
Yeah, in terms of like thinking about like how much of this is genetic and how much of it isn't, like obviously we haven't mapped the genome, but it's also true that we do know like the size of different like the X and Y are pretty small comparative to all the other chromosomes, right? So it does seem that the amount of like our like what makes us us that's sitting on the Y chromosome, that differential comparative to men and women, like XY versus XX, it seems to be pretty small. And there's a lot that we know must be on that. We know that there must be something to do with size. We know there must be something to do with like whether you have a penis, whether you have a vagina, all of those different things. So it strikes me that like probably most of what we think of as being like the role of women versus the role of men probably isn't genetic. I think it's mostly to do with our society.
Yeah. One big thing is like,
that whole thing itself is like definitely something that's been kind of like imposed upon us by society. Sorry, what were you saying, Adam?
Oh, what I was saying is I'm very much like people do the thing nature versus nurture. I think life is probably like 95% nurture, like 5% nature. Especially when it comes to like gender. Like one of the biggest things is like you don't see like if you look at, everyone talks about, oh well, women have more of these hormones, right? And that's why they do these things. But when you look at men, right, like there's an overlap when it comes, like these things are like I can't remember, it's by something, but when you look at like the distribution of a hormone and how much you have of it, let's say like, oh well, women who have more estrogen, so they're more likely to do this. Well, when you look at men with like high levels of estrogen, they're not more likely to stay at home. They're not more likely to do other things. And so like when people are like, oh well, it's because they're women, like I would say like, oh well, then why don't men with these hormones like do similar things? And it's like,
there is a statistic that I found super interesting recently that female doctors actually tend to provide a higher level of care than male doctors. And I don't know if that might be something that might be like tied to like like biological things, because I guess women are socialized to, or if it's a socializing thing, because women are socialized to spend more time and communicate with each other, and communicate with others in a certain way, and take on a nurturing role. Maybe, I'm not sure, but I thought it was a super interesting study. And that could be nurture or that could be nature. I think you're probably right that like there is a lot of things that we assume are nature that are not nature. So yeah.
I mean, I would say that it's moved from nature into nurture. There were reasons why males.
you're quiet. You're like cut out. There's no volume.
Absolutely nothing.
I got nothing. It's too bad.
It's like when he talks, his box is still turning green, but
Yeah, because I got pushed to talk.
there you go.
Oh, okay.
Gotcha.
Can y'all hear me now?
Yep.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, I don't get why that was a but what I was saying was I think it's migrated from nature to nurture because in the past there's been roles that men have been placed into due to their physical ability on how to do things, and there were other roles that needed to be happening, and that's where the women came in. They did other things, and when men died in the battlefield, women had to come in and pick up the slack in those other tasks. So it's like, in the past, yeah, sure, nature has definitely been the primary role definer. But as we've migrated to this new anyone can do anything mindset, I think society as a whole is just going through that process of learning, hey, anyone can do most of these jobs pretty decently, using super generic terms because there's a broad, human race that can do all sorts of different types of jobs.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I don't like. There used to be like this thought that like, I don't know. Would always bother me was like how people try to compare intelligence as a whole, right? And I don't think you can really compare that, right? I find it so like demeaning, right? And so like simplistic and reductive to be like, oh well, men are better at logical things, right? And women are better at like creative things, right? When generally men have dominated fields in both, right? Throughout history. So I don't know. I think it's kind of reductive, and I think that just goes back to like women being in the secondary status,
Well,
and men being able to make those, even being allowed to have agency in their lives, right?
Yeah, men have dominated credit for art, but I'm not sure if they've actually dominated art. Like if we think about the history of like fairy tales, or we think about the history of like basket weaving, or we think about the history of a whole host of, we like to talk about like the difference between arts and crafts, and that's definitely like a gendered thing. I'm not sure if we actually unpack like the history of all art.
Yeah. Well,
but I
my
mean,
point
if
of
you look
bringing
at
that up, my point of bringing that up was not like so much that like I think that it's reductive to say that like men and women are better at these like certain types of thinking when really I would probably put most thinking under this. It's just thinking, right? I don't think it's accurate. I think it actually does girls such a disservice when we're like, oh, like just it's not in you to be good at math, that's just something
yeah,
men tend to be good at, so
just to kind of rephrase what Zetas is saying and add a little bit.
yeah.
I think it's not like it's okay to say something like, oh, men are better at logical things. But then when you say men are better at logical things, the implied thing that you're also saying is because they're men. And a lot of times that just doesn't seem to be the case. They're not better at logical things because of men. They're better at logical things because they were pushed into math. And over the summer when they were kids, they went to science camp and women went to like beauty camp or something like that. Or when they were young, they watched math TV shows and women watched like Barbie or something like that.
How many math TV shows do you know of?
Have you
Well, I
seen?
mean,
I
even
love
the
Cyber
whole-
Chase. What do you mean?
the whole women are more emotional thing too is such like a fake thing to like, at least in
Mm-hmm.
my opinion, because I don't know, I've worked in workplaces dominated by men and dominated by women, and by far the ones dominated by men are way more drama ridden and like way more about like dick swinging contests, and like the ones like with all females tended to be like pretty chill, so I don't know, like I find even that is like, a women are so emotional. Maybe I don't know, maybe it's not even wrong to be emotional, like the
Can I
way
ask
that
what?
we're emotional is like, I don't know, the way that we're emotional, maybe that's not a bad thing,
Yeah.
men tend to be like forced into
Yeah.
not being emotional at all, so
Yeah, I mean,
Can I
women are
ask
more
what?
emotional, but men kill themselves way more than women do. So, like, is that really a bad thing, right?
yeah.
Can I ask, like, in that particular example you said, what roles were those men in and what roles were those women in? Because I work with 20 to 30 engineers and there's like zero drama. I know it's comparing anecdotes, but I'm just curious.
But is that because you work with engineers or because you work with men, right? Like that's the idea. Like
I don't even have to go to that role because I work with a bunch of engineers. There's no drama.
There's totally.
Yeah, I mean, again, I like that's the thing though. It's like anecdotal, right? Like what I brought up is anecdotal. What you're bringing up is anecdotal.
Yeah, and
At
that's
the end
why
of
I
the day-
wanted to know what your population
No,
was.
no, no. I mean, that's not the point of it, right? Like the point of like what I'm saying is that it's it like this whole like I don't know how many times like dudes immediately go to like are you on your period like when you're in a bad mood like no I'm not on my period dude I'm in a bad mood because you're being shitty right now you know like I don't know like I just think it's like so stupid. I mean what the ones that were to answer your question if you really want to know the one with all men was pretty like tech heavy field I think. I mean it was still like events but it was yeah.
Stardust,
Events?
your camera's out again.
My camera
it's working for me. But
Working for
Tom, I
me.
think your internet sucks.
Yeah,
Tom.
Tom, your internet sucks, dude.
There you go.
I mean Discord's been fucking all of us right now so
Yeah.
I mean, if
Tom-
you guys have been
Tom
on
is in
Prime's
Big C,
panels a
gotta
lot,
have it,
his panels do this all the time. Where like out of nowhere, everybody's like, "Yo, your video just cut out."
yeah, Microsoft just bought Discord. We blame them.
Didn't
That didn't
Teams
go
have a
through yet,
huge
did it?
security issue go down on the past couple nights?
Uh-huh.
God love it.
Yeah.
Wait, did that
Dude.
Microsoft Discord deal actually go through?
I believe it did, but I might be
I think they're
incorrect.
starting the process. Yeah.
I'm ready.
Have you guys ever had deep fried Oreos? Like
Yeah, dude.
No, I haven't. I would try them.
Dude,
this
there's
is what they
the-
freaking sent me.
No, what is that? What the fuck
These are
is
the-
that?
These
Looks
are
like a
deep fried
brick because of
Oreos,
your
bro.
X264 encoding, man.
Those are
Jeez.
not. No, those look like a cake made out of deep fried Oreos. Like what the hell?
They put way
Every
too much
single
breading on
time-
these things.
Every single time I've had deep fried Oreos, it was a single Oreo, like maybe with some
That's what
sauce
these
and then
are,
breading.
just with way too much breading. Way
That can't be
too
a
much
single
breading.
Oreo. That got to be like
It
6
is.
Oreos.
I've eaten like 2 or 3 of them now. I have to eat through so much breading to get to the Oreo. It's ridiculous.
Well,
Is that even pleasurable? Is it good?
where do you just buy
Once
deep
you
fried
get to the
Oreos from?
Oreo,
Here's the thing.
I'm not sure. It was some random place. But it was like a wing
Wow.
place. It was really good.
Tom is part of the death of restaurants.
Yeah.
Huh?
There's this trend now that people are just ordering food from these apps and have no connection to the local restaurant whatsoever. Now the
Yeah.
app is getting all the glory, getting their cutting into those razor thin margins at those restaurants, and you don't even know the name.
You're
of
the problem,
restaurant.
man.
Yeah, that's why most of the restaurants up their prices though.
That's true. A lot of them did. A lot of them just closed.
Some of them close, but
All right. The Microsoft and Discord deal has not.
it hasn't gone.
actually-
They're in talks.
I'm sure
Yeah,
it's going to be subject to FTC sign off, which I'm sure they will inevitably sign off because
I can't believe this app is worth $1 billion plus, man.
It's worth 10 billion apparently.
Oh, it's 10?
At least, yeah.
Dude, this is, in my opinion, currently the best voice platform out there. I think it's better than Teams. I think it's better than
Teams
Skype,
is garbage,
obviously.
man.
I
mean,
like
as far as
Teams,
just
yeah.
audio goes. I like StreamYard a lot better as far as like pure audio.
I don't know. We used StreamYard yesterday. It was pretty bad.
Where?
Slack.
Prime's panel. We actually halfway through we got rid of
that-
Team, and we
No,
used.
no.
I guess it's people had chip mics is part of the problem, but
Slack is really good, but it's only good if you're like really into Slack. At Discord, you can also do almost everything for free.
My biggest thing with Discord is their audio filters that they put on. I think that's the right word. Are so good. So like some guy gets on with a shitty mic like me. and talks into it, like it still sounds pretty good because they do a lot of noise reduction. The what is it called? The auto the voice activated thing is really good. It adjusts I think it adjusts gain a little bit. It does all of that and doesn't just put your unfiltered mic out to the masses, because most people's unfiltered mics sound like hot trash.
I wonder if that is why though, because like I'm already pre-processing all of my audio before I send it to Discord, and like my audio when I record it sounds pretty good, and it sounds a lot shittier through Discord. And I don't know why.
I disable.
It could also that you can disable some of that as well.
Can I just say, I think it's 15% based on sex, and then the rest of it's based on society. That's my hypothesis right now.
She figured it out.
Figured it out, you know.
Wait, are you saying that it's? Are you saying that it's about 85% society?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
80 to 85%.
Okay, so based
No,
on
it should be. You should stick with 85. It's a good number to have as a percentage.
So based on that, we should all be walking around naked. Because
I'd be cool with that.
I mean, if you want to, I don't care. But
interesting.
I don't. I get cold pretty easily. I kind of like clothes.
Public nudity.
But if people want
public nudity,
I was talking with my mom about this. How like legs in the West, like showing your legs, is not seen as like vulgar or anything, but showing like your breasts or showing anything like up is seen as vulgar. Whereas like in at least in India, like you're showing your legs.
I can show mine up.
Like,
I can show mine up right now.
Yeah, so in India, showing your legs is like super vulgar. Well, we're talking from like a stance of a woman, right?
I know.
But,
I'm just
like,
that was the joke I
breastfeed.
was making.
Yeah, I know. People breastfeed, you know, and it's like no big. It's just mammary glands. Like it's just that's what it is.
Yeah.
Mammary glands. Yeah, it's not a big deal. They're just boobs, you know. So people like, you know, that's not a huge deal.
Yeah, it's well, I would say legs are still pretty sexy in Western culture too. But what I'd say, there's not there's not like the same like level of stigma around it compared to like breasts.
You gotta work with what you got though, right?
Yeah. Different
relationship. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was just gonna say it's really cool. Different like parts of the world sexualize different body parts at different levels. So like you might say that breasts might be sexualized somewhat all around the world, but like I believe Americans or maybe it's Europeans sexualize breasts like way more than like parts of Asia, for example. It's like it's really I mean, I just think it's really interesting. But I like people.
Because in like I don't know. I wouldn't say that it's the same level of sexualization in the U.S. as compared to Europe. I mean, in most of Europe, you can use bare women's breasts in commercial ads.
Well,
it's not.
They use breasts in commercial ads because it's sexy. Like, there's a difference between like, so like for example, people in the United States, for example, like when Stardust was talking about with legs, people in the United States still find like women's legs attractive. Like women with long models all have long legs, stuff like that. But the difference is that we have like we have like a stigma around it. So like the idea is like, oh, legs are sexy, but in the United States, it's okay if you show your sexy legs. Whereas in like India, for example, it's like, oh, don't show your legs, right? So like in the United States, like we might be like, oh, boobs are sexy, but you don't show them. Whereas like in Europe, they'll be like, boobs are sexy, but it's okay if they're on TV. Like those are like two different things, I would say.
True. Okay. I think that's all fair. I will say though, our relationship with boobs in America is not straightforward. I think it's kind of it's complicated on Facebook, us and boobs. Because
there is this really funny news article, dude, that I'm sorry. No, finish your thing and then I'll tell you guys.
Well, no, all I was going to say is like, you know, we say no boobs, but like New York City, they're like, yeah, boobs, we don't give a shit. And like, we all acknowledge that there are a bunch
Microsoft
of
is in a good position to overpay for something like that.
Like, look
yeah,
at Mardi Gras.
Discord isn't profitable in its own state until Discord, until Microsoft puts ads on it, and then it's instantly more profitable.
Like, we've just decided that sometimes boob okay and sometimes boob bad.
Conservatives have
think-
not decided that Mardi Gras is okay. I don't know what you're talking about.
They're still figuring out boobs, dude. One step at a time, dude.
Wait, so
There's this really funny article I read like a while ago, it was a couple years ago, but like there's some woman who was like breastfeeding her kid at the park, and some other woman got offended and was like, went up to complain to her, and so she got mad and she squirted her boob milk at the lady. I thought that was
oh my
hilarious.
god,
That's
That could
awesome.
that would probably be assault.
How
though.
close?
It
was
is
this
assault.
person to
Look,
the
man,
other
I'm
person?
fucking trying to feed my fucking kid here.
You know what?
Like Jesus Christ.
I don't think that stuff travels that far, does it?
Well, she must have been close or something.
Well,
Okay.
She
You
squirted
know
it.
how you can put your thumb at the end of a hose and then you
Right.
can get it. You just
Mhm.
kind of gotta have.
She must have been an expert.
I
Aim with
cannot
one.
confirm or deny this.
I mean, I don't know that she like was accurate with her name. All I know is that she squeezed her boob milk at the lady, So I thought that was funny. I'm like, if anybody ever bothers me while I'm trying to feed a kid, like, fuck, better get ready.
Do it.
Mm.
Yeah,
More power to that lady.
I support you. You should do that.
Appreciate it.
If
Um,
that shuts the
Thank you
woman up
much.
that's complaining to you, yeah, I would totally do it.
Yeah,
It's definitely assault though.
that's a
this is
great way to
definitely
shut
assault.
women up.
Yeah, well, you're taking a literal food from a child's mouth. So yeah, you know what? Maybe you deserve it.
What? Yeah, I get it.
Wow, are you justifying violence?
Breast milk.
Is that where we're at?
Hey, we justify violence all the time.
Yes, violence.
If
is
she hadn't dressed that way, you wouldn't have wanted to throw breast milk at her.
I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm. Let me know if I'm out of
Well-
line, okay?
No, this is hilarious.
You know what Discord you're in?
Yeah, we're in the guy who got banned
We're
off
just a
Twitch's
bunch of
Discord.
tomfools. We don't know what we're saying.
Dude, I totally forgot. Yesterday was my freaking national holiday.
What
Happy
the
April Fools, my dude.
tomfoolery?
You're too late. It's over.
Anyway,
Did
Tom,
it-
you don't think that you think that conservatives as a bloc are against boobs at Mardi Gras?
Yeah, sure, of course.
I don't think that's true.
As a conservative, I think that's a negative. I think they are all in favor.
They
No,
gotta make their
they
minds
want-
about boobs and breastfeeding, though.
Wait, it's really
Yeah,
simple.
and that's
The-
why I'm confused because Mardi Gras is technically like for the Catholics, right? It's the day before Ash Wednesday, right? So
Mhm.
No, I have no idea. Is that
Yeah.
true?
Catholics are supposed to be like some of the most prudest people, besides Baptists and all.
I was about to
But
say
it's
I'm
like-
Baptist, bro.
Yeah. So it's complete mixed messaging. It's bad branding
yeah.
going around.
I mean, I think it's pretty obviously
Can I ask you a
simple.
question?
Yeah, sure.
I heard you're a guy
I'm
that like,
muted.
asked about graphics cards. Is that true?
Yeah.
Are we talking about
I-
graphics card? I am.
No, I just
Happy about
needed,
it.
all I really need. I don't even need to talk about graphics cards. I'm probably getting a 3070. It's fine. But I'm in one Discord that gets alerts and I'm trying to buy stuff. Any other good leads on how to get
The
Find
only other
stuff in
thing
stock.
I recommend is checking out the Newegg Shuffle. Do it Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and do it around noon Central Standard Time.
Are 70s
That's like-
still out of stock? I thought 70s had like a small amount circulating.
So 3070s are pretty regularly restocked.
80s are
3060s
impossible to
showing up
get.
too. Yeah, 3080s are bad. 3090s are good though.
Yeah, no one wants to pay for them. That's
I
why.
think 3090 is probably too rich for my blood. I mean, how much
Yeah,
does
and
it cost?
then
Like $800?
The other
800.
place to
Ooh,
look
you gotta
is
look up
Best
a little bit
Buy
more.
on Fridays, but you got to be like in front of the computer, ready to hit refresh.
Yeah.
So you can also go to places like Micro Center. Micro Center will actually stock them like on the shelves.
Yeah, you got to go
Oh.
to it though.
Right. So you have to actually go there. But
Yeah.
I think there's
usually a
two
line in the
Micro
morning.
Centers in my area.
Actually, the big meme. Okay, you go to Micro Center. Do you know any old people?
Yeah.
Because there's one day a week where they.
What kind
I'm,
of question is that?
wait. Hold on. So it's one day a week where they do like elderly like shop early thing for COVID. you take your grandpa with you or something, or get some old person, take him out to lunch, take him out to
I'll just
breakfast.
hire one.
Yeah, hire one, do whatever,
I don't know any.
and go to
Craigslist.
Micro Center with your grandpa, and they let you in early. Yeah, I want to know where
How
you
many
hire.
gift cards have you bought from Micro Center? How accurate are you on finding this card? Because you know one of them is going to come in and like get you like a 730 or something, right? Some piece of crap.
Yeah, no, you
get you a graphics card, right?
Mhm. You can go in with them. I'm pretty sure. Just say like you're
No,
escorting
no.
your old grandpa. Say you're building. You guys are building a computer for your younger cousin or something, and you guys are getting the parts together. Just like I have a few friends who've gotten cards that way. I'm too lazy to go to Micro Center in the morning.
Top Dolphin, you might have me onto something. So I'm gonna check. There's 2 Micro Centers not that far from me.
Yeah.
I got my
Tell them
computer
how to
from
rape
Micro
effectively. Like,
Center.
bro,
Oh God, no! Shut it
Which
all
channel?
down.
Chat is
There's
fun.
no
It's a
coming
good
back from
conversation.
this. Just shut the chat down forever. Just emote only mode forever.
Yeah, it's like that reminds me. The next topic: how to rape successfully.
Oh Jesus!
Wait,
no, hang
wow.
on.
We took a left turn there. Did I get
Oh, God.
lost? Hold
Well,
on.
first of all, Top Dolphin, does
No,
that mean
you
you're
are
a top?
bound.
Am I a top? I mean, if you're asking seriously, probably not. But I like to think I am.
I don't even know how to interpret that. That just sounds like being a bottom with extra steps.
He's got the he's got the swag of a top, is what he's saying.
Yeah.
Oh, that's called power bottom.
A power bottom. I could dig that. Yeah. All right. You know what's the thing called where you're sometimes a top and sometimes a bottom? Like
Oh, verse.
They don't
verse.
exist.
Cool.
switch.
A switch.
No,
Switch.
everyone's-
That's the word I'm
everyone's-
thinking of. Yeah, there we
That's
go.
a newer term, I feel like.
Everyone is
I'm
a
just
bot.
I'm just too conservative to know these words.
I think Switch is like really big in like the gay community. I know versus and Switch is like BDSM community.
Well, I mean,
I
you
don't
know,
like go and search for like, okay, this specific position. All right, let's go.
Mm.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah,
these-
all
these
the
are
conservatives, all
We just
the
have one degenerate friend who just exposes us to everything.
yeah.
All
Every-
right. So everybody here saw the Mel Vosh debate, right?
Oh,
Uh,
is that a debate?
I saw
don't
like
know if
the
that's a good
first
debate.
45 minutes of
Yeah, I
it.
don't know that. Do you consider that a debate?
Well, yeah.
The
what-
Mel Vosh screaming contest. I saw like 45 minutes of it.
Okay. Well,
It
maybe
there's this, you know, I got frustrated with that, not only because they weren't listening to each other at all, but also because so many of the things that Mel brought up had really effective like factual counters, and Vosh was too busy trying to dunk on her to actually engage in the conversation.
Well,
He
Well,
did a
the
very
funny
good
part is
job.
that she didn't even bring them up effectively herself, you know?
No,
Like she
she
could have
didn't.
brought them up in a much more effective way. And like she was failing all over the place. And then like he was just like, I don't know, he was just mad. He was just angry.
Yeah.
He's just big mad.
It was funny, like it was entertaining, but it was not even a conversation.
Yeah, I can get behind that.
What did they even start by talking about? They started, the original conception was something about,
they started on Twitter, and it was over like whether or not it was over like crap. What was it?
Re something? I don't remember.
She was insulting him on Twitter, I think.
About
Well, and her entire like initial statement, like I'm not gonna defend things I say on Twitter, like that's like what?
That was ridiculous. Yeah.
What are you talking
Yeah,
about? Like,
that was so weird. She was like, everything that I say on Twitter is defensible, but I'm not gonna defend anything that I say on Twitter because I'm being hyperbolic.
yes, exactly. He's like, all right, just say it's like indefensible and we'll move on. She's like, no, I'm not gonna say that.
Yeah, but Vosh be like committing that. Oh my god, you need to say that everything that I say on Twitter is absolutely indefensible in this exact wording, or I'm gonna like ream you for the next 45 minutes. Like, that's kind of ridiculous.
in Vosh's defense, he is right though. Like, if you're not willing to defend something, that's fine, but that means that it's indefensible.
Right. No, he was right. So like
Yeah.
Canadian Critical Canadian was in my chat the same day, and he was like, "Hey, I was thinking about watching the Mel Vosh video and going over it on stream. Do you think it's worth it?" And I was like, "Probably not, dude." I was like, it's worth it for entertainment value, but it's not worth it for like breaking down a debate or anything like that. I was like, the problem is that Vosh could have made Mel look so bad and like led and like acted very cordial with her from the beginning and led his audience up to the point to show how bad faith she was being by trying to get her to engage over and over in like a very cordial and good faith manner. But he didn't. He went in like very childish from the very beginning and made it they both looked horrible in the end. What was the cause where he could have come out looking very good. He could have easily have done that. But he went in just like with horrible optics right off the rip. And it just seemed so rhetorically bad to me to do it in that way. Like even her own audience could have seen how bad faith she was being if he had handled the conversation in the right way, and he just didn't.
Yeah, I think either of them could have come out on top. To be honest, like she could have like engaged and been good faith the entire time, and Vosh would have been if she had been prepared, Vosh probably would have been looked like an idiot. But
Oh, I doubt that.
No, because there were a bunch of things that she said.
I mean,
she
did
like a bunch of things that she said that were just factually incorrect.
She just
Like,
saying-
and that's why, like, I wish that
I didn't get through the whole thing, so maybe I missed some.
Like, I wish. Well, and like literally, there was a point where Vosh was basically. They did have like some good actual substantive argument at the beginning, and then Vosh brought up something that she had said almost verbatim, and then she yelled at him for taking what she said literally, and then that was an argument about her being taken literally, which I don't know how else you want to be taken.
Even Ayeko is in the chat talking about how he was like pushing this narrative that she was being ableist, and like he wasn't. He was making fun of her.
Aiko rules
that on him, and like and then the people on Twitter afterwards were like
but
were, like, following up on the meme, like they were all
Aiko
memeing.
is kind of right. Vosh is a giant creator at this point, and the fact that he is like, the truth is that I think that Mel is an idiot, but I also think that she's like a fundamentally unimportant idiot who's like not actually doing anything that's like demonstrably bad. And he did send like a lot of hate her way. And there's been a lot of
No, it was a joke. All of the hate was memeing. Like, so she kept saying stuff like he was giving like points about data, and he was saying like, yes, like you can look at this and know that like this is what's actually happening in that country. And she's like, well, I know a woman in that country, and she says you're wrong.
Yeah, I'm not.
So, and he's like, no, I know. Just listen. I know. Just listen. Just listen.
Go for it.
So she was saying like, oh well, she says you're wrong, and he's like, okay, but like what about the data? And she's like, oh, are you talking over a woman of color then and saying she's wrong? So later, all he says is, hey, she made a point, and he's like, oh well, I just got a DM from a woman of color that's lived in 36 different countries and is in a wheelchair and blah blah blah, and she says that you're wrong. So and she's like, well, I don't care what she says. And he's like, oh, are you being ableist? And like, because she's in a wheelchair. Like he was giving her a taste of her own medicine in a very sarcastic manner. Nobody took that seriously. Nobody. He was purposefully making it overly dramatic and overly sarcastic to prove how stupid her point was. Anybody who took that seriously it like seriously has problems. It was
I don't know if this is I don't know if that's actually what was being referenced. I think that what was being referenced was he did kind of imply that she was being ableist, but it was not because of any of that. It was because she made some comments about him. She said it in a very specific way, but she basically said like accused Vosh of being crazy or like not thinking normally or coherently. And I think that he was trying to point out that that could have been ableist because she didn't realize that Vosh is autistic. So like that's what I think that was about, not the meme about the wheelchair bound person.
I'm sorry, say that again.
She made a couple comments, especially early on, and I can't remember exactly what they are, so I'm like couching it in language and being careful about what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like it was something to the effect of though, like you don't think like a normal person or something like that. And she made a couple allusions to that. And I think Vosh seemed to kind of like that really I think that even is part of what kind of sent him off, to be honest. And he alluded to that being ableist, I believe. But I don't think that she even had awareness, and she tried to say, I didn't even know that you were autistic. Like I wouldn't have phrased, she tried to say that, I think.
Yeah, multiple times. I mean,
no, this was during the debate.
Yeah, multiple times during the debate, she did say, I didn't get to the part where he said he was autistic, but multiple times during the debate, she was like, this isn't how normal people think.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
Or like when
That
he's
was
trying,
exactly
or
the
this isn't
language.
how normal people talk when he's trying to pull up the Twitter.
Yeah, and so I'm guessing what Vosh did is he said, well, hey, I'm neuroatypical, you're being ableist. And like he might not have meant it seriously, or maybe he did, but
he didn't say it exactly
like that, but yeah. I don't know.
So it wasn't the meme thing. The meme thing was a little distasteful, but it was also very funny. And Vosh is first and foremost an entertainer, so gotta give him kudos for that.
I go clips don't come up in, or sorry, links don't come up in YouTube chat. You're the only one who can see it if you post a clip in YouTube chat.
Really?
There's a way you can turn that off, I think.
Aiko, if you just DM it to me and I'll play it and share the screen.
Tom believes in moderating chat now.
Huh?
Hello.
Hi.
Hey guys, what's up?
Hi,
Hey,
Cherry.
Cherry.
Thanks for joining.
Good evening.
Or is that coffee?
Or night, whatever time it is.
Wait, Cherry, do you have coffee?
How's your day, Cherry?
This is coffee.
Oh my God. That's so
my
exciting.
day is going great. How's your day?
Good. I was last day of work and now I'm starting work for a conference tomorrow, so I'm really excited.
Nice.
Ooh.
It's all digital, but or virtual. Still exciting though.
Very exciting.
While we
hold
have
on.
this,
You look
okay, go
very
ahead.
excited that I have coffee. What's up?
Oh, I do? Oh yeah, I'm just excited. Yeah, I mean I'm quibbles over coffee. Therefore all coffee is good. I actually don't currently. I have chocolate milk, but I finished my chocolate milk, which makes me moderately unhappy. And so I'm considering getting up to go over to my fridge to get more hot chocolate, more chocolate milk. But I'm not
Before
really
you
sure.
do that, Quibbles, number one, those types of coffee mugs are the best ones. I don't know if they have a specific name, but they are the best ones. They're awesome.
Yeah.
They're like that thick ceramic mug.
Exactly. Yeah.
IKEA makes a really tall, slender one that is superior.
You know what's silly?
Interesting.
The ones that are like
Interesting.
curved near the bottom, that shit is bullshit.
So the bigger mugs, they don't hold heat as long. So unless you're drinking it fast, it gets cold.
Yeah.
I don't mind it getting cold though.
But like, what kind of a doofus doesn't drink their coffee and or tea quickly? Like, yeah.
Everyone knows you have like a 7 or 8 minute window where the coffee or tea is like a perfect temperature and you just slurp it all down.
But if you get that 8-minute one, you get a little bit of extra buffer in case you have to change a diaper, go to the bathroom.
Well, if you want to hold it for a long time, you get a thermos, okay? And then you pour the thermos as you drink.
Then you get 8 hours, right?
Yeah.
I hit that time for coffee every time. Like I'll start drinking the coffee when it's hot, but the tea, I always miss it for tea. By the time it's cooled off, it's too cold.
All right, you ready?
Yeah.
I,
All right, here we go.
do you got the clip, Tom?
Oh my god.
Oh, you're sharing it.
Yeah, you ready? Everybody got it pulled up?
Yeah.
You're gonna have to have an awkward look at my nose because I'm on my phone, but I don't really care.
Already.
All right, let's go.
Nice nose, bro.
Thanks.
Hold on, wait. I just got a DM in Discord from a
Is it really quiet on y'all's end too?
Yes.
It's insanely quiet.
I can hear it.
I can up the volume on it.
Your in-game volume.
The stream, right click on the stream, you can turn it up. There's music in the background.
Project Sad in chat. That's who I blame.
I got Tomfoolery's stream turned up to 200. Don't blow my ears out.
I'm ready.
Here, I'll have to.
Click it, Tom. I believe in you. You gotta click the
Can't
click.
see the video. We can see the. Tom, nobody can see this video.
Music thumps was
I can see the video. You have to click on the watch
just-
stream button.
Yeah, there's like a
I'm
button.
saying that
Yeah,
the,
but the chat
the
can't.
YouTube.
Yeah, I
YouTube,
know.
It's not
I
working.
know that they can't see it on YouTube.
Why is Project Sadface exclusively talk in caps lock? I don't understand that.
Dude, caps lock is cruise control for cool.
Do you think? That's quite interesting.
All
I
right.
support the position. You convinced me.
All right, here we go.
actually.
So
Hold on, wait. I just got a DM
oh.
in Discord from a black trans autistic woman in a wheelchair.
I'll just look his tweet
They're
up.
saying that they've lived in 63 countries over the course of their life, and that you're wrong about all of them. Are you do you live? Are you in a wheelchair, or is that a point of privilege that you have over this individual?
That's incredibly fucked up to say.
What are you disagreeing with them?
I'm not going to entertain that. That's just incredibly fucked up for you.
Yeah,
to, like,
it's
even
it's
talk
real fun when you can try to use it to win arguments over white boys, but then when somebody makes fun of you for it, it becomes fucked up. Yeah, take your crybaby civility politics bullshit onto the next stream that'll have you on. There'll probably be a dozen people who want to talk to you about how you owned me after this convo.
Not really. I mean, I wanted to just talk to you. I wasn't really hoping that. I didn't really have a lot of high or low expectations. I was kind of going into it
I
just,
didn't know you were an ableist too.
I'm not really ableist, but that's kind of you because you've been pretty,
Speaking over the
but
lived experience of a wheelchair-bound person, Mel.
That's.
What do you mean?
Wait, Mel
I don't
looks
know,
so
that's
much
just,
better in that clip.
I
than
didn't
Bosch
expect
did.
you to
Kat,
say
was
that.
I wrong?
That's
Did I
pretty,
not hear Mel be ableist there? I'm pretty sure that I heard that.
See, this is what he was saying. He was saying she's ableist because of this.
Not because of referencing like his
Yeah.
autism. It's because of
Right.
his like analogy.
Exactly.
But I don't think he was being serious here.
He's not.
No,
That's what I'm
he's
saying.
like-
That's the
Because
whole
what,
thing.
I mean, neither of them are being serious, right?
Right. Well, so
Well,
she was
here she
actually
is, but-
saying these things earlier seriously, where she's saying
Mhm.
you shouldn't talk over a woman of color because she's like he was giving data points and she's saying, well, I know someone who lives in that country and they say you're wrong. And so he's like, oh, okay, your anecdotal experience over my data, that makes a lot of sense. And she's like, oh, are you speaking over a woman of color? And he's like, what? I'm using data, not like I don't care about this one person's personal opinion. So then later, to make fun of her, he says, it's a woman of color who is in a wheelchair and is autistic and has lived in 36 countries, and she says you're wrong. And so when she says, well, I don't care what that person says, he's like, oh, okay, so you're ableist, you're talking over a woman of color. Like he's doing it right back to her just to make fun of her. It's just a meme.
Yeah. This
I don't know,
Aiko
I'm a
said there
little
was
lost.
more. We didn't watch the very tail end.
All of this just reeks of like internet beef that is entirely unimportant to society. You know?
Aiko,
So-
what are you talking about? I literally, that's exactly how I explained it. What
Oh,
do
yeah.
you mean?
You
This is
post that?
what you
No, no,
guys,
talk-
what just happened in that video? That's how I explained it, right?
Yes, that is how you explained it.
Yeah, okay.
I was saying that I don't think that people who are because I like all of this was like just memeing, but there was a point in the conversation where Vosh made it wasn't anything like this. It was totally different. So So I was saying that I don't think that people are saying that she's literally ableist because of this segment. I'm saying it was because of this other thing that happened. That's all I was trying to say. I don't think that anyone said anything there. Is she being bombarded because of this clip? Like, are people attacking her because of this clip? Like, that would be surprising to me.
What
Listen,
I
there's
saw on Twitter was them like making fun of this clip and like adding on to the memes, but that's all that I saw.
there's no way. Okay, the genocide bad thing has been going on for a while, right? And it seems like it's just become like a serious deal 2 days ago. I remember seeing those tweets with the two fingers, like genocide bad, ooh woo, like a month ago, and now it's I don't know.
I mean, maybe from her specifically. I in general, I know people have been making a huge deal about genocide deniers on
I
all
mean,
over Twitch, like going after them. But
Yeah.
I'm
but
talking about
Mel
with her
specifically.
specifically.
Yeah,
Somebody
with
in
Mel
chat
specifically.
linked me this social blade you can look at.
Where is it?
She just dropped
Put it
it.
in general.
C plus, boo.
I don't think I'm on Social Blade, so I'm proud of
If you've like checked your social blade, you're on it.
Oh, I've never
What-
checked Social Blade.
What is it? I don't
It's
know
a
what this
it's a
is.
crawler for accounts and stuff.
So
It's
did
pretty cool.
this say her numbers are way up because of that conversation?
Yeah, I mean, anytime a smaller creator
doesn't
like
shock me.
deals with a
Well,
bigger
that's-
creator, their numbers are gonna
I
go
mean,
up.
it's up
Oh, but
88.6%. That's massive.
I mean,
And
that's
that's not
her, but
really-
then like what is Vosh's? Like both sides benefit from this. The people who react to shit benefit from this. I don't put too
Yeah.
much weight on that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
of
mean,
course.
I mean, so just not to
But
speak to like.
I'm not sure.
I was gonna say not to speak to like the morality of it or anything, but just like whenever
I
a
don't
larger
think that
creator,
really
like
anyone, if people are taking that clip and legitimately attacking Mel
It's
for
like you
being
need to
ableist,
take
that's
things into
ridiculous.
context, right?
But like I just I don't I guess if that's happening, I haven't seen it, and maybe I'm just ignorant of what's going on. Like I'm not in favor of somebody like leveraging a community to harass
Oh, me
people. I
either.
think that's pretty much always shitty. Like I just don't think that people should get doxxed ever, no matter like how shitty their stupid point of view is. But
I mean, I'm pretty sure both of them. Maybe I'm misremembering. I thought that both of them said at the beginning of the conversation that they didn't want their communities to go after the other community.
yeah.
that's like a meme you say at the beginning of every conversation when you're that size, though.
Like,
I mean,
yeah,
I
it's
mean,
like
I say it being
hashtag
dead
ad or
serious all the time.
sponsored.
I say all the time, like if somebody comes and tells me that you're in their community, like harassing them because of something that happened over here because of something that I said, like I will ban you. Yeah, like I say this on a regular basis, and I'm dead serious
Mhm.
about it too.
Do you actually ban people though? That's the real question.
People in my community have never done it. Nobody's ever said, "Hey, somebody's."
Your
And,
community
like
can
I
never
reach
do
out
it
to
if they-
people
you
and
don't
tell
have
them
one, right?
too. I reach out to other people and tell them like, "Hey, if somebody like I've talked about you a couple of times on my stream in a negative light, people come after you because of this. Like, just let me know." So,
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
Interesting.
Why is streaming killing my PC?
But yeah,
All right, bye, Aiko.
It's like relevant.
Hi, Echo.
People fighting against the tech.
I feel like Echo's upset.
yeah, she kept saying I was misremembering, and I don't know. That's why I wanted to play the video, is because she was saying that I was wrong about how that went down, and so then I played the video, and it ended up being, I thought, exactly what I said it was.
Here's the thing. Literally after like every single conversation that Mel has had over the past few weeks, like there has been negative social media backlash and like people making fun of the conversation. Like it's happened several times now. Vosh just has the biggest platform and was more of an asshole. So there was a lot more of it than there was before. But I don't even think that this is outside the pattern of behavior that we've seen from a dozen other people in the past month.
Yeah, Project Sadface, that's true. I'm the one who gets banned for going into other people's chats and saying things.
True.
I'm the only one in my community that's actually been banned for going into other people's chats.
Get fucked
just-
by your own policies, man.
The problem is that, like, even though he might be doing the same actions as other people, the implications of doing those actions when you have like 200 followers is very different than when you have 500,000. Fuck, he has.
Yeah, I mean that's fair.
So like, I'm not sure. Like at some level, I
Well,
think it's
hold on,
probably
because
reasonable to hold him to a higher standard.
okay, but he's not the only one like putting heat on her. Like he's not the only person
That's
with a
what I
big
mean.
community that's maybe looking at her in a bad light.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
So
other
it's
people are
really
probably
hard-
signal boosting
yeah.
this.
Well,
Not just
Destiny went
ugly.
over
Yeah,
it.
Destiny has a video on it. Like he's got a community himself,
I don't-
and
Kind of. Destiny, when he went over the conversation between Mel and Vosh, he went over it and was like uber charitable to Mel. Like even in cases where I felt like she was dead wrong, he like looked at it in
Yeah,
the
but
most
I don't-
charitable light.
I don't think we're like referring to Vosh or like Destiny in this situation. We're like just talking about their community, their outreach, like
Oh, okay. Sorry.
like the type of fandom that they have that would just see girl attack their fucking hero and what they'll do like in reaction to, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's just weird. So, like, I would say, like, okay, Dylan had a conversation with Mel, right? But Dylan's community is like a very different community than Vosh's. Like, there is just a reality that the community is like partially a reflection of like how you interact with folks, and Vosh interacts with folks in kind of a, you know, a fucked up, confrontational, loud, obnoxious kind of way.
He does
That's
the
what he
angry
does.
debate barrel thing. That's his meme.
Yeah, like yeah, but even like to like a great like like amped up to 11. Like that's what he's all about.
Mhm.
So like his community reflects that. Like I don't think Vosh wants his community going and harassing people and doing shit like that. I'm sure that he's denounced
Yeah.
it over and over again. Like
I mean,
Destiny,
it looks bad on
Destiny
them
literally
when their
accused him of
communities
doing
do
it too.
this. Yeah, I don't think anybody would want like people to react this way.
I don't know. I think lots of people do want their communities to react that way. I think lots of people see the fact that they have a following and want to use it in a negative way, or like use it as an army to go out after other people, especially somebody like who's the tanky guy?
Infrared.
Infrared.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh my god! But like, look at his takes. Okay, we're talking about people like who actually have some like decent takes, right? Infrared, not some. That's a different situation.
Yeah.
No, I think I'll say I think Infrared's pretty sound on philosophy, and I think that he can like take the reasoning behind what he does.
Is he sound on
down to his
philosophy?
Yeah, he can take the reasoning behind why he does what he does and the way he does it down to his axioms. It's very interesting.
I mean, you can be sound on your philosophy and still have shit philosophy. I don't know who this person is, but sorry,
Listen, I'll
Jay.
take your word for it. I haven't made it past like 10 minutes of watching him to even know that he like touches philosophy. So
Yeah. Well, yeah, you gotta.
Mhm.
What the best stuff though? Like it, we were talking about this a couple weeks ago actually on this panel, and I think I mentioned it a little bit last night. But somebody was saying, GKR was saying that people like Phil KOE are bad for politics because they try to bring like wrestling and like the entertainment of wrestling into politics.
So
And that, like,
Dylan's bad for this.
we should, yeah, well, Dylan too.
Yeah,
Yes,
that's
like
what
we
Dylan's
shouldn't be
doing.
so worried about the entertainment aspect, and we should be more worried about like the substance of it. And I think that Infrared is that in like encapsulated in the worst way. Like he is all entertainment. That's all he is. He even had a full stream where he was purging his community and had people come in one by one in front of a court and like testified, and they decided whether or not they were purging them from the community and kicking them out. Like, and the whole thing was like he was acting like a judge, and it was all like overly dramatic and played and like hilarious at the same time. But yeah, this isn't somebody that you would want to like lead you in a revolution.
I mean, I guess at the end of the day, it depends on what your goals are, or what any individual creator's goals are. I guess if you want to be entertainment, you're entertainment. If you want to be like someone who talks about issues and tries to like advocate for change, then you be someone who like advocates for change. And I don't think one's necessarily better than the other. Like at the end of the day, like if you want to be entertaining and you want to make a paycheck that way, as long as you're not like harming other people, it's probably okay.
Okay, are you actually here? Like, are you around at all?
Who, me?
Cut sleeve. He's been here. He was literally the first person to jump in, and then pretty much hasn't said a word since.
Yeah, that's okay.
He's muted.
Okay. Yeah, awful. I'm going to defend the tankies. Here's my defense of the tankies. I don't think any of them actually are trying to like exert power. So even if they actually believe the crazy shit that they say, I don't really care that they believe the crazy shit that they say because they're not actually exerting power. So I feel like focusing your energy on them is kind of silly when there are a lot of people who have equally ridiculous thoughts that are actually trying to exert power.
I mean, focusing on them, just like that's a you thing, right? There's other stuff happening on Twitch. There's other conversations happening. There's other stuff going on in the news. There's other articles that have come out. There's other documentaries that have come out. Like, if all you are seeing in your day to day is Infrared talking to all your favorite fucking streamers, I don't know, fucking.
No, I agree.
What do people say? Like, go
I
touch
was
grass.
I don't know who Infrared is. So.
I was once told that the media was unbiased. Everyone was neutral.
Everyone's neutral. No, yeah, I agree that like definitely it's very removed from real politics, but like it's worth thinking about the fact that our like the largest left-wing people on Twitch are taking these people seriously when they're not really serious people. Like you're sitting down for a long interview with Mel. You're sitting with a long interview with a long debate with Infrared. Like, what does that mean? Why is Dylan doing that? Why is Destiny doing that? Why is Vosh doing that?
What else do you want to have happen? If
Yeah,
do you want this person to never be spoken to? I think these people have a relationship with Mel.
It's not that I don't think they should be spoken to. It's that I don't think they're like serious people who are trying to get serious things done. And so, like, I think they should be treated in the same way that you might treat like anyone who's just playing video games online. Like, I don't think it's a problem that you're just playing video games online, but I also don't think that it's the same as politics. And I worry that there's a sense in which it's sort of this fake, watered down version of political commentary that isn't actually political commentary, but is masquerading as though it is.
Yep, it's a similar thing that goes on in standard cable media. It's, you know, you watch certain shows to hear what certain people are saying. Some people are really towards, you know, the legalistic part of it. Some people are really towards the memes. It's unfortunately up to the viewer to be like, okay, I go to this person to watch this kind of content. And I think Dolphin even said it, you know, both types of content are allowed on the platform. It's up to the user to decide, which is unfortunately low information voters.
You guys want to know what the #1 cable news show is?
Isn't it Fox News?
Tucker.
Tucker Carlson. Is
Yeah.
Tucker Carlson a bastion of objective journalism and, you know, critical analysis and
honest answers.
long descriptions of what's going on in the world? No, he's a fucking entertainer.
The
He's
least
literally
biased news in the industry.
he's literally conservative circus clown. Like, he is there to entertain.
Who's Tucker Carlson? Do I know this guy?
By the way, Stardust, how long have you been in Twitch politics?
I think she left. Yeah, she dropped.
Oh, did she drop out? Oh shit! I'm not even looking at the screen.
That's too bad. Yeah, I agree
this
that there's
guy's
a sense in which, like,
fucking
certainly
idiot.
having a bunch of like crazy shit will get you a larger audience. But there's a question of like, if the goal is politics for power, even though Tucker Carlson is the largest audience, I don't think he's the most important. I think Sean Hannity certainly has a larger influence on the actual like politics of the day. I think Rachel Maddow probably, even though she has a tiny fraction.
It's also the audience that watches that person. Sean Hannity is all the olds. Tucker Carlson gets like the 30s to 60s, maybe. So then it's like, what demographic is really being targeted by which person?
Like, how are you actually using that audience, right? Because like I think AOC has basically the same kind of an audience as any number of idiots online, but AOC is actually using those people in a way that is much more productive.
Because they're
Like,
dumb.
with her, she's actually using them in a sense that she's getting people to the Sunrise Movement. She's getting people to work on campaigns. She's getting people to raise money. She's getting people, right? She's raised a bunch of, like, she's actually like using that in a way that's productive beyond just having a big platform.
But that's her goal. She's like a politician first, and like a
She is a
second.
community organizer.
I agree, but when I think about like what Destiny clearly does care about actually getting shit done at this point, right? He's spent hundreds of thousands. I don't know if it's literally multiple hundreds, but at least
He spent $30,000 alone in Georgia.
Yeah, and then add in Omaha, and then add in the opportunity cost of all of those weekends that he wasn't streaming. He probably has at this point spent $100,000 all told on like actual like political work. And so it's pretty clear to me that he does care. But when he wastes his time talking to Infrared, like, is that really worth doing? Like, probably
Well,
not.
if the YouTube video gets enough views, then yeah, right? Because like if he gets all this money from it, he can funnel that into projects like Omaha or something like that, right?
Yeah, that's fair.
Listen, you're not gonna get me here. I think everyone needs to have a voice like in these discussions, and especially if it's somebody who has such like shitty opinions like Infrared. I like people who are well informed to challenge that and to show people how fucking stupid that guy is.
Yeah.
Like I need to see that.
I agree with you, except with the exception of conspiracy theorists. Okay.
I know.
Well, yeah, you
GKR,
need somebody really
I know
competent.
you just got here. I gotta head out.
Why do we have to talk to people like Infrared? Because like in academia, it's not like we're having flat earthers as part of the sciences, right? It's not like we're having people who are
But
going.
the flat earthers are already like affecting us. What are you talking?
No,
okay, but let Tom
you
go.
guys are,
I think
you guys
Tom
are
has to
welcome to
go.
stay in the Discord and continue. But yeah, I gotta head out. You guys, I'll be back on tomorrow. So
Have a good night, Tom.
Thanks for bringing us all together, Tom.
yeah,
later.
The point is that like I don't think that we have to take every single political position seriously unless it's actually being like discussed by a large group of people. So you're right that flat earthers are an example of someone who actually does, like, those are people who, there actually are real numbers of people who believe in flat.
And the belief in flat earth is just like the start of it. Like these people are anti like facts, they're anti-science, anti-logic, and it does affect us.
No, I don't think that's true.
Shouldn't generalize people based on what some people do.
I don't think that everything.
No, but this is why, like, this is like the threat of that community, the threat of people who are against like actual fucking science. It has implications down the line that does affect the rest of us. Like, if it was all fine and dandy and people like, oh well, this corner of people think that the Earth is flat.
Right here, flat earthers.
Wait. By definition, if you're a flat earther, you are anti-science. And if you are anti-science, you're way more likely to the same types of thought processes lead to you being things like anti-vaccine, anti-mask, and stuff like that.
But you also can't make the same distinction that these anti-sciencers are similar to other air quote anti-sciencers. You can't connect.
Yes,
wait. You can't
they
say
are both
that.
anti-science. Like,
Well, hang on, Cherry. What I think you're getting at is, I don't want to put words in your mouth. I just want to know. So, are you talking about like broader, like anti-intellectualism, like a broader societal rejection of expertise and like intellectuals as a concept?
Yeah, basically that. Yes.
No, you can't say an anti-vaxxer's anti-science is equivalent to someone that has considerable issues with the science that's been collected towards certain other topics. You can't equate them to.
You absolutely can.
No, you can't. I am not equivalent to a flat earther.
Are you anti-vax?
No.
You got beef.
Exactly.
Then
I am
of
not.
course you're not. You're not. You're
No,
not
what
flat
you're
Earth or anti-vax. So what
No,
the fuck?
you're
I'm not
saying-
putting you in either box.
But you're putting me in the anti-science.
Are you anti-science?
No.
I
That
haven't
you're-
put you in any of these fucking boxes.
You're making the generalization that anti-science person that it happens to be flat Earth is the same as an anti-science person that happens to be air quote
Okay.
anti-vax
Hold on.
or
let me
anti-mask.
wait. Let
or
me just
anti-global or global warming.
let me just like understand where you think I put
False
you, because
equivalency.
I don't know anything about you and I haven't referenced you whatsoever. So what do you think that I just put on you?
You didn't put anything on me, and I'm going by what you're saying, and based on what other people are saying as arguments towards anti-science. You can't connect all of them
You
together.
said that she
Fuck it, I'll
classified
put-
you as
Every-
anti-science.
my
Hold on,
interpretation.
hold on. You said that she classified you as anti-science. How did she do that?
No, she hasn't. I'm
oh.
saying that my point is flat earthers are anti-science. You can't equate that anti-science or type of anti-science with people that don't believe all the science that's with masks or other topics as being anti-science. They're not the same.
Okay, if you have to use the word anti-science for all of these categories, I'm sorry, I'm putting you in one fucking category of
Yeah, the-
anti-science.
That's ridiculous.
There you
That's
go.
genuinely-
Prove my point.
You can't say that every single person who has one dumb opinion has every single dumb opinion.
Wait, no
I
one's
didn't
saying that,
say
right?
that.
But
You
what
did.
she's saying is, like, not to speak for her, but what she's saying is like the types of thought processes that lead you down an anti-mask route or an anti-vax route or or like a flat Earth route are all the same. It's not that you can by some miracle.
They're in the same vein, they're complementary. They're
Like now you can by some miracle be anti-vax and not flat Earth, but
How no, that's like really that's just silly. Like that is just silly. Like there are so many anti-vax people. Flat Earth is just not that common. Like you shouldn't equivocate between the two. But I don't think that's
wait.
even
I'm not
true
saying
to
wait.
begin with.
No one's saying that every anti-vax person is flat Earth. What people are saying are that people who are flat Earth have the same type of thought processes that people who anti-vax are. They have the same sort of mistrust for like scientific opinions and stuff like that as each other. It's
That's what I interpreted as anti-science.
You're framing this.
Yes.
You're framing this.
And that is a false statement. You can't
it's not.
equivocate
You're
all
just
of
wrong.
them.
This is.
I mean, it's the same broken thought process. It's just the problem is you view flat Earth as that's so ridiculous, but I'm really reasonable when I question science on mask wearing. Like that's the only difference. Like it's something that you politically align with and they don't. Like,
Wait,
whatever,
hold on.
man.
Just real quick, because I need to know. Can you just raise your hand if what I'm saying is completely wrong to you?
Absolutely. What you're saying is
Okay, just checking.
to frame this as though these people have like coherent ideologies by which they have this coherent like I believe that science is wrong at a generalized level. It's just not how any of these people work. The way it actually works is that they have some ideological reason why they're opposed to masks, and they work backwards from there. They have some ideological.
Yeah, I actually don't
Yeah,
need you
no,
to explain
so
why
what-
people
wouldn't go
don't
that
believe in
far.
science or like I get that.
I actually think that you
yeah.
I don't think that you have
Well, it's a
Wait.
better
At the
understanding
at the end of the day, all of these people do this thing where they say, "Hey, I'm going to pick and choose which parts of the science that I like, regardless of what like the scientific consensus and the experts say on it. It doesn't
Yes,
matter
that's-
that like which parts of it they pick and choose because they're all picking and choosing arbitrarily without like proper reasoning."
Yeah, and let's just talk about Texas, right? Texas, when the COVID numbers were coming out, where the numbers are showing contagions going up, hospital ICUs filling up, right? When it got bad, they didn't want to wear masks. They were like, no, we don't need to. This is a New York problem. This is a this person problem. We don't trust these numbers, okay? They lifted their mask mandate, and they're like, look at the numbers. They haven't gone up. Like, I told you we were right. Like, what the fuck you care about the numbers now, bitch? You never cared about numbers.
Okay, why does that?
That's what I'm talking about.
Show me the study that claims what you're saying.
Masks? You should argue in favor of masks, not argue against.
Hold on. Can we just
All
go
right,
back a second?
I
Is there-
really, I love this. I'm gonna go.
All of this.
I'll see you guys.
Don't worry, I'll take up the mantle.
Bye,
Fuck it.
Jerry.
I'm here too.
Wow. Okay. I
it was
live in
7 minutes ago.
Texas. Wow. All right. So I live in Texas. I am not an anti-mask. I'm not an anti-vaxxer. I completely read the science. I've been following all of the Texas stuff. And unfortunately, she left. the data shows that when we killed our everyone or the state mandate, our case numbers have remained decreasing or flat.
Okay, so we've covered this before. The mandate is not necessarily what matters; it's the adherence to the mandate. That's something
Yeah,
we
we
talked
covered it earlier in the
Yeah.
stream.
Yeah.
Also, something
But that's the point. No, hold on. But that's the point, is that the adherence to the mandate is what should be measured, not the mandate itself, right? So if you can talk about efficacy, if I prescribe you a medicine to cure your cancer, it doesn't matter if I prescribe it to you if you don't take it, right? So you can't say this medicine's not effective because when you prescribe it to people, they don't take it. It's effective. You just have to take it, right? So that's the point behind that. You can't
so
can't
clearance.
no.
Yeah.
No. And there's another thing I want to mention too. I've been very quiet this whole time, by the way. There's another thing that was mentioned also. People talk. I think Adam said something about you can pick and choose which science you want to follow. I don't do that. I go along with scientific consensus, regardless of what the outcome is. If there's a consensus that the Earth is flat, okay, I guess I'm gonna have to accept that. That's not what the consensus is. If the consensus of climate change is that humans aren't changing the climate, I will go along with that. That's not what the consensus is. If the consensus is masks don't help prevent the spread of COVID, I'll go along with that. That's not what the science says. Or not, that's not what the consensus says.
Yeah.
You can pick and choose, sure, general studies one at a time, but if you pick like meta-analysis, or if you pick larger meta studies that study each one of these individual that actually go through and make sure that the data is good, then that's different than just picking and choosing individual single studies of what is effective and what is not. Right. If you go along with scientific consensus, that is not just picking and choosing single.
But
science.
I never said that going along kind of it was picking and
Okay,
choosing.
maybe I misunderstood.
No,
That's-
I was
that's
talking
what
about people who don't go along with scientific consensus and do. I'm saying, like, if you're like anti-mask opposed to anti-vax, these types of people are picking and choosing which parts of science they believe, and it doesn't matter which parts of science that they're quote unquote picking and choosing, because at the end of the day, the line that they draw in any of these categories is arbitrary, and that's why they're all like relatively equivalent to each other.
So to respond, consensus isn't always right. There was a time in life when the Earth was flat.
But
there was a time
wait, no,
when,
there was
the
one.
Black
There was.
Plague-
Hey, I just want to say I'm back because I realized I don't have any content lined up. So give me like 5 minutes to set up. I'm gonna start streaming myself. And so keep this flat Earth energy for like another 10 minutes, okay?
Okay. I mean, I could talk flat Earth all day, but what I was gonna say is, fuck, I lost my train of thought.
So I can continue my.
Yeah, go
statement
ahead. Go
without
ahead.
Interrupting me.
Yeah,
so
go ahead.
consensuses have been known to be wrong. And as the scientific process goes, we learn certain things, we expand upon that learning, we gather additional data to enhance that learning. And you know what? We learn and change what's going on. And you know what? With the global warming thing, yeah, there is a quote consensus among scientists that humans are a contributor to global warming. But what is the contribution? What's the extremity of the contribution? Is it as bad as what's being propagated in the media? Is it not? That's not consensus. That's why we're going through a scientific process of learning all these different studies and learning all these different things. And you can't just say, oh, the science is settled. It's not. We're still learning all of this stuff, guys.
Yeah. For one,
and now I'm being flagged as an anti-science person. It's like, no, that's factually false.
For one, no one ever levied anything specifically at you. But I get what you're saying. But if these are beliefs that you hold, I would totally do that. But first off, flat Earth was never a scientific consensus. That was like pre-science, basically. Number two. There are like you point to a very important thing, that science is forever changing, and there are correct processes in which we go through to challenge these things, right? So in science, right, if you think that science is wrong, you do research in the other direction, and then if you produce fruitful results, other people repeat these, and then when something gets repeated enough, but that's not what people who are anti-mask or anti-climate change or anti-vax do. They assume the opposite of scientific consensus without going through these processes.
Right, but the point is that okay. So the problem is that I don't think there's anyone who, just at a generalized level, just like disagrees with all experts on every single field all of the time. I think that.
I don't think anybody said that.
No, I understand. But my point is that when people go against experts, the reason they're going against experts isn't because they just, at a generalized level, hate science and they're like an anti-science stance.
I mean, sometimes there are, but yeah, most of the time not.
Stop interrupting people, man.
Individual
Sorry.
people, but at a broad level, the vast majority of people who are anti-science are doing it primarily because they're coming at it from like a from a political by which certain scientific data isn't benefiting their own side, right? So like because of that, they're willing to go against the scientific consensus on that. And I don't think this is just a science thing. I think this is just a thing, right? Like if we go through like the consensus of how do we deal with climate change, there is a consensus, and the consensus is a carbon dividend. There are a lot of people on both the left and the right who are going to say that we shouldn't do that. And they're doing it for political reasons. It's not that they don't understand. It's not that they don't have the ability to comprehend, the way that the vast majority of economists and the vast majority of environmentalists have come to this same single conclusion. But they're doing it for political reasons. And I don't think that it's fair, therefore, to say that like, oh, here's an example of someone who's flat Earth. Therefore, they're probably going to be someone who's also going to be in favor of this, that, and the other anti-science thing, because that's not the reason they're doing it. They're doing it for political.
There's a.
But wait, but there's more. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying that there's a correlation between those things for a variety of reasons. So like, if someone's flat Earth, I would say, there's probably a good chance they're also anti-vax and anti-mask. Like there's definitely a correlation. There's a reason for that worth exploring.
But correlation means causation?
No, but so the idea isn't that all of these people are the same thing. Like that, like, oh, you're anti-mask, so you're going to be this. But a lot of times, if you're like, let's say you're flat Earth, it's going to be the types of arguments that flat earthers make. It's way easy to take those same exact arguments and apply them to something that's like anti-vax or anti-mask. So like, let's say I'm a flat earther and I'm not anti-mask, but then anti-maskers come along and platform some anti-mask arguments, and they're very similar to the reasons I believe in flat Earth. I'm way more likely to become now anti-mask.
Yeah. So why do you think people believe in flat Earth?
I don't believe in flat Earth. I'm just saying.
I understand that. Why do you think people do?
I mean, there's a lot of reasons people believe in flat Earth.
Answer the question.
So my argument would be the primary reason that people believe in flat Earth is for religious reasons, right? They believe that the Earth is flat because that's what they said. They read in their text, and therefore
that's the primary reason.
Flat Earth is a different beast, I would say. Usually flat earthers come about it, and there's just like they're exposed. There's like
I just think you're wrong, Quibbles. I think that most of the people who believe in a conspiracy theory like flat Earth isn't because they're like extremely religious and extremely Christian. Like most of the arguments you see flat earthers making aren't biblical. Like, and there are plenty of biblical arguments to be made, but at least I rarely see them, and I spend too much time looking at flat Earth.
Wait, but you don't have to be you don't have to make biblical arguments to be biblical flat Earth.
I know, but I don't think that's I don't think that that's the basis of their belief. Though. I think the basis of their belief is that increasingly many people feel like they have a lack of control and understanding about how the world around them works. And this gives them a mechanism through which to funnel their fears about the world and the things that they can't control. And it almost gives them like a scapegoat that they can put everything onto. Well, if there's this entire system set up to lie to me and to tell me that I'm wrong and make me feel like an idiot and make me question what I see with my own two eyes, which is a line on the horizon, like that can be really comforting in a lot of ways.
I don't disagree with I think that's probably a reasonable argument there.
So maybe it's religious, but not in the way that I think you were implying.
Not like a god religion, but a other type of religion. Air quote.
But so the question is that similar to every other kind of conspiracy that's going on? And there's some sense in which like maybe there's some amount of like overlap between different conspiracies, and I grant that. But there's also a sense in which certain conspiracies there's a pretty obvious reason why someone is anti-mask in the context of the United States, and that's political. There's a pretty obvious reason why someone is going to undersell the amount of people who died under Trump's administration of coronavirus, and that's political. There's a pretty obvious reason, right? You can go through all of the corona is fundamentally the baseline of it. Are there other reasons? Of course, but the baseline of most of it in the United States is political. I don't think that that's true of flat Earth, and I think that therefore we should be approaching them from different perspectives, because I don't think that the overlap is actually as pronounced as we might think. And so similarly, when to harken back to like the issue of like using talking to infrared or talking to Mel, all of these people. When we think about like what's the underlying reason these people are tankies, I think it's just like a fetishization of like the USSR, a fetishization of the CCP, a fetishization of like a sort of an old form of very authoritarian tankies, very authoritarian communists. I'm going to put that in quotations, right? And so like I don't think that is a serious problem at an America-wide level, that there's this like overarching problem where people are trying to harken back to the USSR. And so I don't think that they're actually worth taking seriously until they have an actual audience.
Well, one of the
Much
problems
harder to argue against, because like literally I didn't know tankies existed before I got onto Twitch politics. I literally had never even thought, like, I just thought these people didn't exist. Like and effectively they still don't. But like I was gonna say, like, okay, is it just fetishization? It's hard for me to argue against, because I have yet to see a single tanky that doesn't fetishize the USSR and stand the CCP. Like it's like seems remarkably consistent, so I can't even argue against it.
Well, one of the things is that like you can say like, oh, we ought not talk about these things because no one serious is talking about them, but oftentimes if you don't like talk about these things head on and challenge these arguments, they like fester and they spread. A really good example of this is like very, very far, I guess tankies almost, but like very, very far left socialism. Those arguments are starting to creep their way into mainstream things, and some people might argue that's good. Some people, I'm not very much a socialist, but go ahead.
We rewind like a few minutes on. There's something I got a bone to pick. So what do you think correlation doesn't equal causation means, Turk?
Correlation means that there's two things that are similar, but that doesn't mean that they actually are interacting and one causes the other one.
Close enough. So if I were to tell you that, when people go swimming, that corresponds with a lot of people also eating ice cream. Do you think like there's no relationship between these two things?
That's called correlation.
It's true, but do you think knowing that correlation can help you say, hey, if one of these things is here, the other thing is here, even if you don't know the underlying phenomenon?
Yeah, you would need another study. You need to go and talk to those people and see where the correlations actually match what you're trying to figure out.
You don't need to. So you just need to know that these two things statistically correlate. And then you could say, well, why do they statistically correlate, right? Because I know that eating ice cream and going swimming are not things that are dependent upon one another. There's probably some underlying thing here. Now, the correlation of those two things being true simultaneously, or increasing in rate simultaneously, is still true. You don't need to know that underlying phenomenon to say, hey, there's an underlying phenomenon that I can't figure out. It doesn't mean you have to say they're causal, but it still tells you that, if one of these things is happening, the other thing's probably also happening.
So that's a false equivalency. You can't use that example and apply it to all other causal things you come to a conclusion to.
So there's no way to prove causation, I assume you'd grant, right?
Mm-hmm.
So given that
you can make an argument for like
you can prove correlation, but you can't prove causation, right?
Answer the question, GKR. Come on.
No, I'm asking you, Turk.
What? Say the question again.
Can I prove causation?
Yes, if you take that data set where you see the correlation and you look at it further and find other things that link the two together that actually indict causation, yes, you can make that conclusion.
For sure. If you're talking in a lab, yes, you can prove causation in the context of a lab. Yes, you're right, because you can make sure that every single other issue is being handled, and you can have a bunch of, yes, for sure. In that context, it's possible. I'm asking in the context of like a political context. If you're asking like in a broad sense, can you actually prove causation when you're talking about things like, is the
I'm back
between Iran and Israel because of X, Y, and Z, or can you only look at that from a correlative perspective? and therefore based on the correlation.
So from a high level perspective, sure, given whatever data set you're looking at and whatever the criteria for that data set is, you could make a
Yeah.
problematic or a statistical link to one or the other.
So I think
but to blatantly say that you can prove these two variables are correlated and have this other third variable be causally linked, you can't say that without additional data.
Yeah, so the point is you can't prove causation at a generalized level unless you're talking about something happening in a lab.
Are you two disagreeing now?
No, he's trying to see
I'm
how sound I am with my
Yeah, I'm
this
trying to
conversation.
Oh, not a sound at all, but go on.
blood sports, okay, Cherry? Yeah, so like, okay. I think that it's impossible to actually prove causation in the context of politics then. And so therefore building on the backbone of correlation is like a reasonable basis. But then you have to have like a it sounds weird, but you have to like story make. You have to like make an argument as to why that particular
Yes, and the more data points you get, the more studies you have towards the causal link, you can make educated guesses.
Wait, but you don't necessarily have to have a causal link to like prescribe something based on
And
a
that's what we're
correlation,
saying
right?
right here.
Because like
That's what
you
we're
can
saying.
have
Yeah.
like a really strong like actually a field that
that's the
uses
point
a
I was
lot of
trying to get at,
correlation is like medicine. So like a lot of clinical medicine is correlation based. They can't prove causation in a lot of treatments that they give patients and stuff like that. But the correlation is so strong that we like allow them to treat patients and save lives using correlations.
So here's my question after listening to this entire rabbit hole about correlation and causation is, so we can't know for sure that let's just say we don't even know if there's a correlation between anti-science regarding masks or lockdowns or whatever. We'll say anti-COVID, whatever, and flat earth, whatever. I don't know if that correlation exists, but I know for a fact, and this is, I'll find studies to back me up on this. 100% of people in both of those categories are in an MLM. So I'm trying to figure out what the correlation or causation between being in an MLM is and being an anti-COVID and or a flat earther.
Making life has simple solutions. There you go.
I don't think that MLMs are the reason that people are anti-vax. I think anti-vax is the reason that they're a member of MLMs.
So you're already factually wrong because you said 100% and you
I
need
mean,
a
I am
single
90%
sample.
sure that was a joke. Calm down, Turk.
Okay.
But-
Okay. Fair enough.
Like, what the fuck?
Jesus Christ.
So
Fair
anyway,
enough.
my point being
enough.
that correlations are useful. People just go, correlation doesn't equal causation. Like you're not doing anything. You're just being a pain in the ass. That's what you're doing. So it's useful to understand
fair enough, man.
how two variables do have a correlation, even if you don't understand the necessarily underlying phenomenon behind that. So if I say like, anti-maskers are stupid as fuck, and or anti-vaccine people also stupid as fuck, and flat earthers also stupid as fuck, and they seem to fundamentally lack the understanding or respect for a process that yields better information for us to act upon. And then I don't need to necessarily understand the underpinning behind that to see that there's a correlation between these three beliefs or something. If that does exist, I would put my life on it that 70% of flat earthers are also anti-lockdown or anti-vaccine. I would stake my fucking life on that one.
Okay, so you're stating your life
I
on
would.
that. You're
I'll kill myself live
70%.
on
You're
stream right now.
70% certain
In a video game.
that someone would can do all three of them, right? 70%.
My God.
No. I would say that there's a correlation between. So I would say that at least. I'll go. I'll stick my life. I'll say at least 50% of flat earthers.
Oh, now
are also
okay.
anti-lockdown.
Now your correlation is
That's a
starting to back
variance.
down a little bit. Your correlation factor is
Correlation?
not as strong anymore.
Okay,
fuck
I
do you
might,
think
I
you're
might
saying
even
right
grant
now?
you JKR in that direction, but like a tiny fraction of anti-COVID people would be flat earthers, right?
Okay,
You'd accept that.
To zoom back to
Well,
Cherry
that's
beef, because that's
statistically
what
true.
really-
Yeah, I missed half of
No worries. The
you
whole
guys
point-
carrying over.
And we've gotten nowhere. We've just
Get back to our beef. Okay.
And I'm not anti-vax, flat Earth, or anti-mask.
Okay, but you feel some type of way about them being called anti-science.
Oh,
So
It's because he's from Texas, so he is a Texan. That's the
you
problem.
are an anti-science sympathizer, and I don't have respect for that.
I think he's anti. I think he said he's like somewhat anti-climate change or something.
Oh no! Is he actually?
Oh, did he
mad?
leave? Oh, I didn't even know.
What the fuck?
Huh?
I'm assuming
Cherry, I blame you, Cherry.
Whatever.
Quibbles, if you ever try and bogart in on me going in on somebody again, I'm gonna fucking kill you. I want you to. I'm gonna fly to Pennsylvania and just show up at your frat house or whatever. Just like what's his name?
I left
What's
it.
I love Quibbles knows I love him, so it's fine.
No, they.
Are people streaming right now? Because I'll stop making jokes like that. If so, all right, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I'm streaming.
All of my things are only in a video game. I exist solely in Minecraft. I'm not a real person. I'm an avatar inside of a computer.
You can do whatever the fuck, but yeah.
You fucking derailed me when I was trying to go in on KOE Phil the other day, you drunk asshole, and then you derailed me when I was trying to go on this stupid science denier. Oh man.
He wasn't denying science.
Yeah, okay, dude. He's just
Listen,
questions, guys.
Wait, he's literally like he's literally like an anti what did he say he was? He was anti like climate change or something, right? He's a science denier.
So he's hold on.
He literally said that he like had issues with climate science and how much we impact it and blah blah blah. Like he went on a whole spiel about that. That's why he was like felt personally attacked by the lumping these people as anti-science.
It's the grift though. Like, you know, the people who are smart anti-science people, like what they're gonna do is gonna be like, well, I don't know about this necessarily, but we just need to be cautious. And that caution always leads to nothing happening or them being in their default position. It's just a more defensible version of just being a dumbass. Like, I don't know. I'm sorry, I don't have respect for people like that.
Yeah, but the solution
No, but they don't even have to be intelligent, right? They just have to like prey on that seed of doubt. Like, oh, but have you been up in space and seen that the Earth like bitch, nobody's going in spaceships like to check on the fucking the shape of the Earth. Like I don't have time for people like that.
Even when we have that, right, they're gonna be like, well, how do you know you didn't just get into a fancy Disneyland attraction and
My
it was
God.
all quantum hologram?
Or how the people who thought like, what was it? I saw a tweet recently that's like, okay, the government can't fucking update a website, but you think they're putting microchips in the vaccine. Good one.
I don't even, like the microchip
I mean,
thing doesn't even
also-
make sense from so many reasons.
Yeah, I mean, the government also can, if they want, get access to anyone's like cell phone history, which is just has more information than they could ever need. They currently have to go to a Pfizer
You're
court
carrying
to get it,
around a
but, you know.
microchip that tracks you at all times. It's in your
Yeah,
phone.
we got it already. It's
Hey,
over
but-
us.
There's people saying that or tweeting that or like tweeting that and writing that from their fucking iPads and their iPhones
Listen.
and their smartwatches
Yeah.
and their fucking
Oh,
Yeah.
flash that they still have from 5 fucking years ago. Like, these same fucking people, like they're providing all the means. They're like Google, you can have my info. Facebook, everyone can have my info except the government, except like, you know, they're all tapped into this shit anyways. Fucking
You know they have a brand new phone and they're on Facebook every day trying to pump their MLM shit because I'm not wrong about the MLM thing.
Hey, if you want to know something scary, if you have a window in your room, the government could land a missile on you, kill you, and not hurt your computer at all. So they could kill you live on stream, and the stream would continue.
That was Dylan's argument today, wasn't it?
Oh, was it? Was it actually? I feel honored to have the same argument as Dylan.
Damn.
Yeah, I got a big ass
they went
window.
on-
Wouldn't
they
even be
went
hard.
on, the Hippy Dippy Rumble, which was very entertaining. They had a whole tangent about whether or not it was a good idea to buy guns in case of revolution.
Oh, I think I heard that part. I think that's when I started tuning in and Demon Mama was talking about how, okay, you're never gonna get like citizens arming with guns is not gonna be any match compared to like a government's military.
That's
Yeah.
such fucking bullshit. How do people think that? ISIS does not have nukes. ISIS has never had nukes. ISIS has been
You
able
don't
to
know
fight back
that.
against us.
Have you seen 24?
Yeah, ISIS. Okay, ISIS is also like you keep cutting out, Quibbles.
Yes. None of those terrorist groups are able to fight us, but they're still able miraculously to continue wars with us for literally decades. The idea that you have to be able to like be an equal power in order to fight back against a power is insanity. You don't need to. Yes,
Wait. Hold on. One, ISIS is like a largely decentralized organization. Like ISIS is like an idea that's like tens, if not hundreds of thousands of miles on the other side of the globe, and
Revolution.
huh?
Like for the most part, so was the American Revolution.
I mean, I mean, right now it is, but the theoretical idea.
In any like real sense.
Wait,
They were
but-
just a bunch of those who showed up with guns.
Yeah, but the theoretical idea that like we could actually have this American Revolution and like fight the government is like crazy.
Haven't we done that twice?
Twice?
Yeah, the Civil War.
The
I'm
ci-
not having American history.
the Civil War was about half the country versus about half the country. Actually, it wasn't quite half, and the smaller half lost. And also the technology that we have today is nowhere near similar to what they had back then. And then us fighting back the American Revolution, one of the reasons we won is because we had the backing of other world powers, and because there was a giant ocean between us.
How long have we been in Afghanistan? And how successful have we been in Afghanistan?
Like I said, these things aren't comparable. Afghanistan is us throwing rocks across the fucking world to hit like people in the Middle East, like not like armed revolution on our own soil.
But the point is that Afghanistan is an example of a place that the United States clearly wanted to win. Clearly, we have a much stronger military.
If we really, really, really needed to win Afghanistan, we could like mobilize the entire military and just stomp them out in an instant.
Had a perfectly large incentive to kill Osama bin Laden. How long did it take us to kill Osama bin Laden?
Yeah, but like a lot of that is politics. And I also mentioned there's a giant ass ocean in between us. Like,
wait, we spent literally like
Are you
$1 trillion.
Quibbles, just to be clear, you are arguing unironically that if the populations of the US decided to self-arm and try to attack the US military, that they would stand a good chance in that fight?
Not that they would win, but that they would make it's not about winning, it's about mutually assured destruction. The idea of like any of this isn't actually to win. The goal is to make it so that it's costly enough that they wouldn't do it. Right? So like the reason specifically minorities need to be armed is because they need to make sure that it's going to be more costly for the government to kill them than for the government not to kill them.
This doesn't. Oh my gosh, this is such a like not good argument though.
So I don't think he's like wrong. Like the idea of like guerrilla warfare being a means to which a challenge on the country. Like keep in mind.
Yeah, but like using examples like saying like guerrilla warfare can be extremely effective. Don't get me wrong, but like comparing guerrilla warfare of Americans on U.S. soil, like who don't know how to use guns and all this kind of stuff, to like us throwing like a couple thousand troops overseas at like Afghanistan is like completely like way off.
Wait, during the surge in Iraq, we didn't just have a few thousand. I'm pretty sure we had tens of thousands.
Tens of thousand people? Like, it's a lot of lives lost. Don't get me wrong. That's a drop in the bucket compared to what the U.S. military is capable of.
I'm saying during the... I can look up the exact numbers because like it was like 2004 or something. So
Yeah, it was a huge number.
Do you know how many people we have in the military? Like...
Yeah, about 2 million.
Do you know... Yeah.
If we look at like Vietnam,
wait,
do you think if we
have 2 million people in the military, only about 8 or 10% are active like military. The rest of them are like, do like arms training and shit regularly. I shouldn't say arms training, right? Like probably like go shooting or whatever the fuck.
Are you talking active duty? Yeah.
I don't mean active duty. I mean
or not active duty, like active like combat, active combat, or like whatever, or like combat ready.
Like 8 or 10% are like combat troops. So there you're down to now what 200,000 people, which is still a lot of people. But when you're talking about guerrilla warfare, it's like yeah, you just have these groups who like you just sneak up on like a convoy and then you just shoot them in the head and then you run the fuck away. Like you just do it through like terrorism. It's not the goal isn't to like win outright, it's to demoralize.
The goal of guerrilla warfare has never been to win. The goal of guerrilla warfare is to make it so the other team can't win, right? So like it's essentially it's to be ungovernable. And if you're successfully
but in the scenario that we're talking about, that's not what would happen. Because so the people who are making this argument about the guns are the people who are saying they need them in case they need to overthrow a tyrannical government, right?
Yeah,
protect themselves from a tyrannical government.
No, that's not what the argument that we were talking about originally. They literally say that they want these guns to be able to participate in the revolution against a...
I'm not saying the crazy nonsense of like you can manage to take over the government. No, I'm saying that you can manage to be ungovernable, and the fact that you're ungovernable as people who are historically oppressed is really important. If we look at the Mulford Act of California and the fact that Reagan, who was explicitly racist, tried to and succeeded in unarming the Black Panthers, the result of unarming the Black Panthers was that the civil rights movement was extremely threatened. The ability to keep people alive, people like Martin Luther King, other people who are across the movement, to keep them alive was extremely threatened. People died because of the loss of guns in the Black community. That's a real important problem.
Yeah, okay. I don't really disagree with any of that.
The point is that if we're talking about like why do Black people need guns? It's not because Black people are going to be able to take over America. Of course not. It's because if they don't have guns, the result of that is a direct threat to Black like safety. If the white
I
supremacists-
disagree. I think guns, similar to the argument that you're making, that like, not being governable by being too dangerous and like mutually assured destruction. I think guns probably cause more harm to the Black community and the United States in general than they bring like positive like.
Yeah. So to clarify, when I say that people should have guns, I'm not saying that people should be using guns, and I'm not saying that people should be walking around with guns. I'm saying that people should have guns in their households, which is very different, right? So historically, at the time that like,
if I don't want a gun, I'm not going to get one.
Wait, if you're not
tell me
gonna,
what to do.
if you're never gonna use a gun, what's the point of having one?
the point of having it is to ensure that the government knows that you have it. The point of having it is to ensure that it's not about individual safety, it's about collective safety, right? So if you're talking about individual safety, it is true that the average person who's being pulled over by the police is probably safe if they don't have a gun in the car than if they do. The question is about generalized safety, and at a generalized safety level, it's definitely better to ensure that you have an armed public, because an armed public is a public that is more difficult to oppress, both specifically in terms of minorities, but just at a generalized level.
How much does a regular schmegular gun cost? Or I don't know your fancy words for these things. What is it, a Glock? How much does that shit cost?
$500 or $600.
It depends on what you can get them for cheaper, but
I would rather provide every fucking person when they become an adult a fucking computer and a stable internet connection than a fucking gun to arm them.
I don't think anybody's asking the government to provide people guns.
I don't think people need a gun to be safe.
Yeah, I mean, you can say like generalized safety, like if we all have guns, it's like protection against the government. But in general, like you're not
crazy. Like, when was the last? Like, okay, if we look at the history of Europe, which is or specifically, let's go with Germany. The history of Germany, of the Weimar Republic, was that they took away all of the guns, specifically of the Jewish community. And the result of taking away all of the guns of the Jewish community was that the Jewish community wasn't able to fight back at all when there was an attack against the Jewish community. And the result of that was the Holocaust. The result of that was that when you rounded up the Jews weren't able to...
I don't know anything about German history, so I don't even know if what you're saying is true.
Wait,
I mean, it's
what
funny,
I'm saying,
he is saying that the reason the Holocaust happened is because the Jews weren't armed, as if even if they were armed, the German military wouldn't have gone in and fucking killed them. That's a silly thing to say.
The underlying hatred of Jews was going to be there whether or not Jews were armed. But the question is whether or not Jews, even though they were hated, would be able to make it so that there was a sense of mutually assured destruction. If the only people you care about are the Aryans, are you going to attack the Jews? And if Jews are going to kill 100,000 Aryans when you're trying to kill 1 million Jews, that's not something you're willing to do, even if the only people you care about are Aryans.
So I can't keep
is bad, apparently.
Yeah, I can't stay in this conversation if it's going down like this path of just information that I can't verify or I can't combat because I don't know enough. Love you all. GKR, it was really nice meeting. I think it's the first time I ever talked to you. Very, very based. And same with you, Adam. Chase, always loved you. I have no idea if you've said anything, Clearest, but it was nice meeting you too. Goodbye, guys.
Later.
Clearest, like, you're like building a spirit bomb for like 20 minutes. It's like an entire episode of DBZ, you building a spirit bomb, and then you just throw it, and then you go right back to building a spirit bomb.
This is true.
That was me freaking out on Turk, by the way, about science shit. So
that was pretty funny.
Yeah. Oh, so what I was gonna say is, it just seemed.
I'm gonna go too, actually. GKR, do you stream on Twitch?
No, I'm super lazy.
Do you stream at all?
Sometimes, when I feel like it.
All right, cool. I was just like, is there a place I can follow you? Twitter or something?
Yeah, I got got one of those. I don't use it too much though. I'm pretty lazy. One day I'll start streaming. Sometimes I make YouTube videos, but they're usually just me lazily ranting into the moon. So
I'd watch that shit.
Anyway, you guys are all cool as fuck. I don't know who Project Sadface is, but
listen,
I'm sure they're fine too.
I love Tom's panels. They're my favorite.
They're pretty chill.
Yeah.
They
Why are
seem.
they your favorite?
Moderator and gets what?
Why are they your favorite?
They're less chaotic, and he does less to like I don't know, be like a bad moderator. I guess like I'm comparing it to like the times I go on like Prime panels, and like there's just like people just screaming over each other. It's hard to get a word in because like a 15-person panel is just completely insane. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
No. Oh, Prime also. I mean, he isn't an active moderator for those. He just lets them go.
He'll just moderate you when you're trying to talk against him, and like that was the last time I was on there. I was like, I don't know if I'm gonna come back here.
Yeah.
He was like, "Don't interrupt me when I'm talking," and then like I was trying to say something, and he just stopped me to like read a donation. I'm like, "Bro, are you fucking kidding me? I know it's your fucking your fucking channel or whatever, but like you're really gonna interrupt me in the middle of a sentence to like read a fucking donation or like
Wait.
Hey, he's gonna make the money. Hey, I like Prime's panels, but
I'm going to bed. Y'all have a good night. Top Dolphin, I don't think we met before. It's super nice to meet you.
yeah, nice to meet you too, man. I don't think we've met before either, Chase.
Yeah, I've at least been in the same Discord channel as all of these guys, the other guys. But
yeah,
have a good night, guys. Have fun.
Night, man.
Hi, Dory.
Anyway, Quibbles, now to my beef with you. So I didn't realize this upon Googling it, but the Nazi gun control argument literally has its whole own Wikipedia page on why it's bullshit.
The Nazi gun
I'm
control.
not gonna say I know a lot about it, but the fact it has its own Wikipedia page makes me question the fuck out.
So does the Mulford Act. I don't understand. Like, yes, there is a history.
I'm not saying that. Well, I'm not saying that they weren't disarmed. I'm saying the jump between saying that, like, you know, disarmament among from the Nazis led to or was a major contributor to the enabling of the Holocaust seems like a very, very big chasm to jump. Like Daredevil-esque, like
Or that the Holocaust could have been prevented had like.
The pushback. The reason there's a pushback against this argument is broadly because the Jews were never actually armed. The Weimar Republic had never had an expansive number of people who had guns in private hands. So if people are arguing, and I'm just skimming through this article, when people argue that the guns were taken from Jews, that part is valid. That's not true. Like it's not true that of guns were taken from Jews prior to the Holocaust. But what is true is that they never had them, and it's worth unpacking the fact that they never had them. If we look at the history of the United States, broadly at the beginning, it was mostly white men who had the guns. Broadly at the beginning of the United States, it's mostly white men who had the control. And it's as you expand the people who are able to have guns, as you expand the number of people who are able to be a physical threat, that has effects on the way that society is run.
There's something like.
That seems like
I don't want to victim blame here a little bit, but like, so for example, like in the early stages of like, I don't want to say the Holocaust, but like Jewish demonization and targeting them through legislation, like many Jews like went along with it because like it wasn't this overtly like anti-Semitic thing. It was sort of like, oh, we're going to get we're just arresting the criminal Jews, the ones who like did the crimes, and like, oh yeah, well if you're just getting rid of them, like yeah, sure, I get it. And it was like this slow creep, right? And there wasn't like this initial like backlash from the entire Jewish community. Now if I was trying to think of the book where this was mentioned, I'll try and get you a citation.
Yeah, that's always how fascism works. Fascism,
yeah. Obviously, I'm saying like the idea that like they would just like in unison stand in like some armed resistance. Like, well, at what point during that encroachment would it happen or something?
So it's primarily. I mean, the goal of mutually assured both in terms of the way that I'm framing this, but also
you can calculate the sun. Yeah, both the government can't win a homegrown revolution by nuking cities to rubble. They don't need to nuke cities. The more people they kill, the more revolutions they would create. The U.S. actually went totalitarian. The more civilians they kill, the more likely military officials defect or give in. In order to win, you need enough people willing to fight long enough. Maybe. Just look at January 9th. I just think it never would happen, but like we're okay. So January 9th, if those protesters, rioters were actually competent and armed, they could have wiped out a significant portion of Congress. I don't know about that one. Possibly. Adam's gonna disagree with me. Historically, one of the totalitarian regime's first actions to design the populace Germany disarmed people in the 30s. USSR did pretty hard. It looks like, so with Germany, it seems to be, from very, very limited research, that like Germans just didn't have guns. I don't know about the USSR or the CCP.
United States and Oklahoma, comparative to the United States and other Native American.
The biggest thing with guns.
There's a real difference there.
The biggest thing with guns is it seems like if you look at all the research on guns, I think Harvard has like a really good meta study on that. It just seems like if you give people guns, they kill each other more than they kill, like more than they defend themselves. And they're just more likely to take each other out. It's like the biggest thing. I don't want to get rid of guns. I think there's probably a healthy way we can engage with them, but the data just doesn't show that. I think in like home defenses, like 0.9% of home defenses have like guns used in an offensive manner, and I don't even think all of those are successful. Guns are pretty bad, even though I like them a lot.
Well, they still lost half of Oklahoma before. I mean, I'm not going to pretend I'm an expert in the history of Native Americans in Oklahoma. We initially were like, yeah, you know, we'll take the East Coast, we'll take the Northeast. You guys can have the rest of it, and then we're like, we're also going to take the Southeast.
Right,
Like, okay, you guys can have the West Coast, and we're like, we're actually there's a lot of cool stuff on the West Coast. We're going to take that over, and then like we're like, you guys can have Oklahoma though, and then we're like, actually, you know, there's some oil in half of Oklahoma, so we're going to take that half of Oklahoma, and you guys can have the last like half of Oklahoma.
Yeah, but to clarify, the Supreme Court just did say that like what is it, 3/4 of
fucking
Oklahoma? Hilarious and awesome.
Wait, what?
It was not just now. It was like maybe like a year ago or something. There's
like a year ago. This is post all of the nominations and
yeah, this was Gorsuch in the clutch. What a fucking gangster! So
what a fucking gangster! Yeah.
So just to quickly explain it for him,
go for it.
any of the 12 people who are listening to us, there was a Supreme Court ruling about a year ago, where basically like there was a treaty that went back like 100 years or something that said like, hey, Oklahoma, like half of that belongs to the Native Americans. And then we just fucking ignored the treaty, but we never actually got rid of the treaty, which could just be done through an act of Congress. Like the Supreme Court didn't need to do this, which is one of the reasons they ruled. They're like, yeah, that treaty's still in effect. So basically it returned I think it's like half of like Tulsa basically, and like enormous swaths of like Oklahoma. And they're like, this is actually all a Native American reservation. Back to their control. And basically the reason was because it was a 5-4 decision, and Neil Gorsuch was a conservative justice who switched sides on it. And he's just like, listen, like, bro, it's not our responsibility to fix Congress's fuck ups. You guys can fix this through legislation if you want. So do it if you want. We're not fucking fixing this for you. And it was very, very funny. I thought it was hysterical. They're like, you guys just ignored the treaty like assholes. Like you could have gotten rid of it if you wanted to, but you didn't. You just fucking ignored it. It stayed on the books, and fuck you then. You're gonna abide by the treaty as it's on the books. Eat a dick.
Right. Yeah, but so like, yeah, I don't know. I think it's good. It's good to have people not hate other people. But if you're going to be hated, it's better also to be feared than to be both hated and also not feared.
Can I just, as far as like the whole gun argument, maybe it doesn't follow super philosophically, like down to a very core set of values. But I would just say, typically, I don't really care what people's feelings are on guns. I'm fine with certain gun legislation, and I think there should be gun reform, and I think there's going to be gun reform coming. But generally speaking, guns are part of our culture as an American country, and there's going to be gun ownership, whether legal or illegal. And if people want to own guns, I think that's totally fine. I own a gun. I don't think it's particularly insidious. I'm very careful with my gun. But at the same time, I'm very aware of the fact that like 99 or 95% of people that ever actually use their gun or like in an emergency or something end up shooting either themselves or a family member or a random stranger, and it's almost never used for like the scenario of like self-protection.
Yeah, it's like 0.9. It's like 0.9% of like home defenses or something like that. A gun is used, and then even in those cases, they're like widely unsuccessful. Like I love guns, dude. Shooting guns, so much fun. I don't own any personally, but in my apartment we have 3 of them or 4 of them. and we're like incredibly safe with them and stuff like that. But it just seems like the route I think we should have guns in America because they're fun to use, but there's just like not a lot of good evidence for it. But I would like to, instead of trying to get rid of them, I would love to try to like integrate them in a way that's like positive and safe. But it just seems like the more guns you have in an area, the more people kill themselves, the more people kill other people, and the more people get hurt. It's just like that's what guns do.
Has anyone seen the David Pakman debates Ben Shapiro on guns, where Ben Shapiro's just like, yeah, I agree. We need to restrict guns from those populations who seem to be using the guns an awful lot. It's like, oh boy.
Oh my god. Yeah, let's take the guns from black people, guys.
It was from like 2014 or something. It was an old age. Definitely a good. I remember the first time I watched it, I was like, is he just saying we just sure there should be gun control, but only for black populations? I was like, wow, that's it.
Disarm the black populace.
Ben
Yeah.
Shapiro being an edgelord. That's what that is. He's such a fucking tool.
The history both of gun use and also of gun control is very explicitly racist in this country.
Oh yeah, when they banned like the what's it called, the Saturday night specials or Friday night specials or whatever, which were like very, very cheap handguns that low income people could get. And they're like, yeah, we're gonna get rid of those. We don't want the poors having guns.
Yeah, none of these poors and none of these. Yeah.
Ronald Reagan, the patron saint of taking guns from black people.
And that makes me think now too, like so like I'm thinking about like voter registration and things like that, like voter ID. If we were to have, say, like a mandatory federal gun registry where you had to register your gun, or you had to have say you could automatically get a license to have a gun as soon as you're like 18 or something like that. You automatically qualify. You don't have to do anything, but you automatically qualify to have a license. Basically, if you do something wrong with the gun, or if you commit a felony or something like that, they can take your license away. You're not allowed to own any guns. And in addition to that, there's also a gun registry. Like, I'm wondering if those programs could have downstream racial biases. Like, if they could be used against like minority groups to keep them from having guns.
Yeah,
And,
Probably.
but like in my head, I'm like that makes sense for sensible gun control to have a gun registry or to have a license or something like that. It makes sense to have that, but I worry about it being used against minorities.
All right. I want to bash this. Does anyone here think the Second Amendment guarantees an individual right to gun ownership?
No.
Individual.
No one, huh? All right, fuck yeah.
Wait.
Everyone here is awesome.
What do you mean by it?
The Second Amendment, I do not believe, grants an individual right to gun ownership.
What do you mean
In
by
a historical sense? I mean, obviously, I know it's been reinterpreted as such.
What do you mean by an individual right to gun ownership?
Like your ability, like one person's individual.
Individuals, it's a collective right, not an individual right. It's from.
So you're saying that
like,
like
allows militias
individuals
to be armed.
don't. So how does that manifest in your mind? Are you saying that like individuals don't have a right to own guns?
Not constitutionally.
Not constitutionally, no. I think it's fine if states want to give the individuals right to own guns. I don't fucking care, but I don't like the idea of pretending that that's what the Constitution intended.
Wait, that is 100% something that was built into the Constitution. You realize that
modern like
the Constitution, you were legally mandated as a landowning man to have a gun that was like proportionate to the amount of your class. Like, it was literally legally mandated that you have a gun in multiple states as well as territories.
Wait, that's not federal legislation though. That's like state legislation.
No, so like
that's not that
you have to have a gun is like built in, and it goes further than that. Like the well-regulated militia component of the Second Amendment is explicitly, it's not just like as a part of your taxation, you have an obligation to have a gun, to know how to fire it, and to know like to have a training in its use, and to make sure its maintenance is maintained. That was like built in as part of your taxation structure at the time of our founding. So it is like way further in that direction than what you're proposing here.
Wait, I wouldn't say I don't
have an issue with that necessarily, but I'm saying that it wasn't an individual right, because while they might have had some sort of structure where you had many people serving within a militia,
yeah, it was an individual
duty.
It wasn't an individual right; it was an individual obligation.
Do you have like a citation for that?
I've
heard that argument before, but I couldn't find anything for it.
Give me a second.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I'm not like, don't quote me on this. I'm speculating and trying to remember things from a long time ago. I'm pretty sure that like the meme is like states a lot of times required gun ownership, but on the federal level, like the Constitution itself never like gave individuals rights to own guns. But there were parts of early legislation, some maybe even pre-constitutional legislation, that required or like either required or gave individuals rights to own guns.
Well, because like at the state level, the idea was like we'd have militias at the state level that would like train regularly and to the furtherance of the defense of the state and the federalization of the states.
Yeah.
And that's how they wanted to have a standing military, because a standing military was actually a threat to democracies. So the idea was like that's how you defend your country, with a series of like well-trained militias who work in concordance
Kind of
oppose foreign and domestic threats.
Kind of like the National Guard, not completely though.
Well, no, like literally the National Guard, not kind of. Like
Well,
it's just,
I was gonna say kind of like, because I know like the National Guard like reports to like the governor of an area, I believe, but like they're like they're like in some part controlled by the federal government in ways, which is like, and regulated by the federal government in ways, which is probably like not exactly. That's why I say kind of like the National Guard, but like the National Guard.
well, yeah, that's the idea though. Like that they didn't want to have an active standing military, so like that's why they created the Second Amendment in part. I mean, there's a few reasons. One of them was definitely slavery, but another one was that the threat to a democracy or government was a standing military, and then having a decentralized, standardized military to quell uprisings and repel foreign invaders was an explicit purpose of the Second Amendment. Like that's what they wanted to do. You can read it. I think it's Federalist 29. I'm pretty sure. I think
That
it's
sounds
Federalist
right.
29.
Like, you're taking me back. I haven't read Federalist Papers since fucking high school.
I'm not gonna pretend I read all the Federalist Papers. Okay, I'm gonna say I read the ones relevant to trying to understand this. I still have more research I'm trying to do. Because
How many Federalist Papers are there?
I'm too lazy, GKR. I'm too lazy to actually find an actual source on this. But if you look at the Wikipedia gun politics in the United States, the first thing that you'll find is the citizen soldier context of the 1790s and going into the 1800s. And the citizen soldiers are the people I'm talking about, where you had an obligation as part of your taxation to be a citizen and also a soldier. Like you were forced to be part of what amounts to a draft and be part of the local militia, which required as part of it to have a gun.
Damn it.
I mean that's still not.
If you really want me, I can find like a real source.
I mean, it's called, it's fine.
I mean, Wikipedia is fine.
So the problem is when you look at a lot of this tax stuff, and I'll give you a pass list. It's not your fault, but like you end up on so many crazy pro gun websites that you're just like, I can't trust anything they're fucking saying right now.
Yeah.
So I know that's probably the issue you're running into. What was it called again?
They're called citizen soldier laws. But if you go to the Wikipedia, it's like a first thing on gun politics. I can drop it in I'll do it in the general.
Yeah, can you do that?
Yeah. But it's like literally the first thing under the history section. Yeah.
You said citizen soldier laws?
Yeah.
History.
Militia.
Title 10 of the United States Code outlines the role of armed forces in the United States Code. It provides a legal basis for the roles, missions, and organizations of each of them. No, I'm totally wrong. Never mind. Yeah.
One day I'll read all the Federalist Papers.
That's valid.
Yeah, I've heard so many litigations and re-litigations of gun laws, constitutional arguments and things like that. It's
pretty boring, honestly.
Well, it's not just that it's like it's so convoluted that it's much easier just to go, guns are fun. They're also a part of our culture. We should probably keep them, but we also can recognize that we need sensible reform. Like
Yeah,
I think is the most reasonable stance.
So if we're talking about sensible reform in terms of the use of guns, I'm totally with you. If you're talking about any kind of reform on who's able to access guns, that's very scary very quickly. Because like, okay, let's do it based on, let's look at like people's mental health record. Well, if you look at people's mental health record, it is true that there is a very bad history of people making up lies about women and Black people's mental health in order to stop them from being able to access certain things. Let's look at it from a felony perspective.
well, it is true that we have an overcriminalization and we have a drug war that's specifically been targeted against black people in the United States, and the result of that is that therefore there are a lot more black felons per capita than there are white felons per capita, and the result of that is that black people aren't able to access guns as well as white people are, which is dangerous. Let's look at it from a perspective of like any way you're going to go about it is probably going to have the result of targeting
I think
black.
a good argument for in favor of the argument you're making right now is the oh shit, it's in North Carolina. There was some like rebellion or whatever where they like overthrew the government. There's a bunch of like fucking racist fucks who are just like, we're not gonna let black people like have nice things.
But are you getting my links? No, I'm not getting your links.
It's one of like the really known like examples.
Send them in my Discord politics chat. I don't get any links.
Chatham or something. Hold on.
Something like that. And they still have this plaque of in favor of the white supremacists there. Yeah, I read about that.
Is that it?
One of my history classes.
Wilmington. Sorry, it's Wilmington. There was a cool. Let me see if I can
Be
find it.
supported it then. Wait, you getting my links? Anyways, there's a strong correlation to gun ownership and homicide. Gun ownership is correlated with gun homicides, but not homicide in general. What does that mean though? So if like gun homicides go up with gun ownership, isn't that enough to say that there's like guns are causing homicide? Like I don't know.
The 2016 cycle.
Largest
But
correlation
I'm increasingly a fan of hers.
with homicide and crime is poverty. That is true.
Oh yeah, she's alright. I like her. She'll grow into her own.
Wait, who? What?
Emma Viglin's the new
She used to work
co-host.
for CYT and now she works for. What's it called?
Is there like a channel to post in for this, or do I have to just like?
Yeah, you just go to the.
General, I think.
All right, fuck it. I'm gonna stop sending this to each one of you individually. Whoever didn't get it, well, actually, fuck it. I already sent it to almost all of you, so here you go. I'll just finish it.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't think that person's beaten to death, and they're not getting a. So yeah, this is pretty cool. I mean,
Project
even if you don't like
Sadface.
Sam,
I haven't heard anything Project Sadface has said, but Project Sadface was very loud in the comment section, and I enjoyed it immensely.
even if you don't like Sam Cedar, this is just like an interview basically with someone who's like a historian. So it's not really so much him talking as it is him asking questions. So his interviews are pretty good. Even if you don't like him.
Interesting. Yeah.
I'll put this as an hour.
It just bothered me. Like there was I don't know. I'm goddamn. I'm gonna say more than I probably should here, but I'm somebody that is like, I'm very skeptical of the fucking Russian government. I'm also very skeptical of the Chinese government. I think they're way more insidious than people give them credit for. And I think what makes them probably even more insidious is that people think that they're innocuous. That people think that they're just benign, political entities that don't actually.
People are using guns for the homicide, but it doesn't actually affect the homicide rate overall. People that are gonna kill are usually gonna kill either way. Yeah, well, one of the biggest thing is suicides with guns. I know that's a big thing. The other thing is guns generally. I'm not saying that people aren't going to use guns. I'm saying that guns are generally like a force amplifier. So the amount of harm people are able to do with, like, to kill someone with a gun is similar to without. Is greater than without. I'd have to do like I can look at your links later and like do like a deeper dive, but like when you look at like it just seems that like in the United States guns are just like never used in like positive ways. Not saying, and like I'm not a person who says we need to get rid of guns, but like stricter legislation is probably good. Some sort of gun registry is probably good, even if these like disproportionately like could be used to like hurt black people. I would say that like requiring things like requiring background checks for private sales, to like take guns away from people who we already deemed shouldn't be able to have guns is probably like a good thing. But I'm I'm very pro gun in that I really think people should have guns. I really wish there's a lot of evidence, a lot more research around and statistics around trained gun uses. So like ex-cops, veterans, or cops and veterans in their personal lives using guns in self-defense situations and like concealed carries. And I would love to see if these populations have less are less likely to hurt other people with guns or kill themselves with guns than the populations that do. Although I don't think for veterans it's probably not good. They probably kill themselves a lot with guns. But basically, I think having a gun registry and a few other things would be good and allow us to like get more statistics and gather. And I think like comprehensive, I would even say some gun level of gun education would probably be good too.
Not the crazy Trumpers.
And getting rid of poverty. Getting rid of poverty is like the meme that sells everything.
When you look at like the NBA like shit or whatever, with like
Oh,
someone like said things and all of a sudden they're like, we're canceling this, you know, like that's like oddly stifling. And the NBA, like if you're vaguely left leaning, is one of the more like progressive, not progressive, that's the wrong word, but like versus like the NBA. I'm not a huge sports person, but the NBA, not the NBA,
NFL.
the MLB has like salary caps and shit that are just like not present in the NBA. That's why you see like their contracts get like much more ludicrous or whatever. So it's a lot more like worker friendly in that respect.
Yeah. Oh, you cut out. But
sorry, I'm playing a game. Sorry, it's a pretty intense one. So
that's okay. Yeah, but where I was going with that was there was some shit that Sam Cedar said. Try and say that 10 times fast. He was saying something about Russia, and I can't even remember what it was, but it was complete, like he completely missed, like it completely went over his head why like Russia is like doing something bad in Ukraine. And I just like it fucking infuriated me. Like I can't even point to exactly what it was.
I want to say that you have to have misunderstood something. I can't see him ever fucking saying something like, "Oh yeah, you know, actually Russia and Ukraine is actually great." Like that would sound very odd.
He didn't phrase it. He didn't phrase it like that. It was just like he missed the point. He's just like, I don't get why that's why is. Oh no, it was Bruce Orr. That's what.
Yeah, I mean, no, you're right. Most gun control legislation that comes up is really, really bad.
Sorry, what?
Oh, sorry. I'm talking to stream. I forgot to mute. I forgot to mute myself.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Okay. Anyway, yeah, he was talking about
most proposed.
A bunch
am I
of
muted? Yeah.
that were happening.
Most proposed gun control regulations are really, really bad.
So the Department of Defense, something like that. Maybe it was the Pentagon.
They're usually just like.
And Trump was cleaning house.
They usually just get rid of things that are like scary. So like So for like AR-15s, they kill like 30 people a year. They don't need to get rid of them, but like they're like, oh my god, look scary, scary gun looks scary. Do you know how many people could die to AR-15? I spent a whole panel like yelling at people about guns the other day where I was like, yeah, like AR-15s don't kill people, and they're like, but they're scary. We need to get rid of AR-15s. They have large capacity magazines. I hate fucking shitty liberals who have never fired a gun who talk about how we need gun control. As someone who's like pretty far left, I would say, compared to like your average left politician, your average politician in the United States, your average person in the United States, I'm pretty far on the left. Like most of the people who talk about gun control from the left just need to shut the fuck up because they have no idea what they're talking about.
Yeah, I also have a similar biases against who's the guys on the oh shit, Matt Taibbi. He said something about like the Javelin missiles that the U.S. was sending was sending to Ukraine, and he said something like, I don't get why that's in.
Yeah, were you here the other day, Greg? When I was talking to the guy about like gun control, and I was trying to like lead him down the path of like what was he trying to say? I was trying to say that like automatic, why do you want to ban automatic weapons? Like, because we kill lots of people. Because you know how many people you kill? Well, like what if we unban automatic weapons? And I was trying to get him down the path of like, hey, there are more deadly weapons that we have that don't kill enough people. I was like, so like unbanning automatic weapons probably wouldn't have all that effect. Now should we do it? Nah, I don't really care. But it seems like people don't go for the most deadly guns when they go to kill other people and kill themselves. They go for whatever is most convenient, and so we should probably pander our legislation to that instead of focusing on things like AR-15s and bump stocks. Even like the bump stock ban was probably good because full automatic weapons probably bad, but like it really doesn't do anything in the large discourse of things.
Really shitty. It's for
I get rid of the automatic one. Doesn't really affect anything other than make people feel safe. States that allow automatic weapons don't see a larger death rate. The states with strict gun control. Yeah, I don't know any stats on automatic weapons, mostly because my only argument against that might be that like if you introduce automatic weapons in all states, so like a lot of like gun ownership like crosses state lines and stuff like that. So if like you introduce like fully automatic weapons in certain key states, they could like propagate gun violence to other states and like make automatic weapons more widely available. Making something ubiquitous could make it like more common as well. But in general, I wouldn't get rid of the automatic weapons ban. I mean, you can still get an automatic weapon if you're rich enough. Maybe one day. I just don't really care that much about automatic weapons. They really don't have that much of a use.
Smiley face, not smiley face. What's your name? Your name is Project Sad Face. I'm sorry.
And I just don't think there's a political capital to do it either. I think we should focus on legislation that like actually helps people rather than just getting rid of automatic weapons bans just to make people feel good.
I'm just gonna send them some random fucking video and be like, "Who's this pedophile?"
Project Sad Face. I hate Project Sad Face. Do they even love us?
Actually, if we could get rid of automatic weapons in order to
Yeah, have a good one.
Hey, you had to take care, guys. Yeah, okay. So if we could get rid of automatic weapons in order to push some sort of good gun control legislation, I would be okay with that. That would actually that's a big brain fucking strategy, okay? It started here, okay? All right? I don't know if you can clip on YouTube, but clip this, okay? What we do is we say, "Yo, I understand that you Republicans like guns. Well, you know what? We think that we should lift the automatic weapons ban. Fuck that, right? We don't need automatic weapons. We should be able to have automatic weapons. They're not that dangerous. But you know what? Like background checks for private sales, we should probably make sure that like felons aren't getting guns. So like we should probably let some background checks for private sales. That would probably be pretty good. Oh, and you know, maybe like a gun registry, like we could throw that in there too. But like we'll unban the automatic weapons. That seems like a really good idea. Oh my god. Oh, that would be so good if you get libs that like trading in that aspect. That would seem like such an approachable way to like approach gun politics. It'd be such an but then you'd have to expect shit libs to be fucking educated on gun. When I say shit libs, by the way, I'm talking about left people. I'm not talking about like, I'm not like coming from like a socialist standpoint. Like a lot of socialists call liberals shit. I've been on a lot of panels lately where liberal is used as an insult because you really need to be, because you ought to be a leftist, aka like a socialist. And I'm just like, what the fuck? People are so far removed from like reality sometimes. But yeah, let me get some music going. So I'm chilling. It's 2 a.m. I should probably sleep. I'll play one game of Overwatch though. I'm gonna play I'll play instrumental. Maybe. Oh my god, why they get loud? It's not actually loud, but louder than I want it to be. Actually, we're not playing instrumentals. This sounds so weird. Sounds very weird when you try to make non-instrumental music instrumental. The beginning of the song I find actually. That sounds better. GOP ain't gonna compromise for anything as if they care about gun legislation beyond making supporters happy enough to vote. I think you underestimate how the federal ban is for pre-1986 machine guns. There isn't anything really magical about modern weapons that make it any deadlier in practice to own. They seldom get used outside of a range in the United States that don't do a lot. Yeah, I mean they usually don't get used at all, except for in some sort of like backyard range on like 30 million acres of land, or some like indoor gun ranges, but I doubt it. And for show, I'm in a pretty left server that talks politics a lot. If you want to join, I'd have to ask though. Yeah, dude, get me invited. If they do politics, let me know. I've been doing a lot of these political debates. I'm trying to stream more. That's why I stream this on YouTube, even though normally I wouldn't. We're gonna set an 11-minute queue. I usually know I do that. We're gonna give you a 2-minute queue. But yeah, no, I'd love to join. I wish I could make the text on my fucking chat bigger. It's not too small to read, but like while I'm playing a game, oh, it's actually bigger on this monitor because it's a bigger monitor. Toggle timestamps, that would be good. One of the is literally a ANCOM and a narco-communist. Lol. Dude, I can't fucking stand liberal shit libs. I talk a lot with left people. I'm pretty fucking left actually. It's pretty crazy. But there's so many left people out there who don't know what the fuck they're talking about. I don't understand how, like, I am not like a smart person. I don't think I'm dumb, but I'm not like particularly like smart. I was around a lot of the smart kids in high school, but I was never like, I guess I was one of the smart kids. I can't hit shit. But yeah, left people don't know what the fuck they're talking about sometimes, especially like communists. Like left, when I say, okay, let me make it clear. When I say leftist, I mean socialists and left of that. And when I say like leftist usually means like socialist, or lefties usually means like socialist. When I say liberals, I usually mean like moderates and progressives. I really should say moderates, progressives, and socialists, but I mix that. I just say leftists because that's kind of like the discourse. But yeah, no. See if you can get me invited to the server. I wouldn't mind. Is it like a small server with like a bunch of friends who just talk politics a lot, or is it like a politics server? It was cool. A lot of the people on there, I need to friend people. I need to like remember to make. I'm really fucking good at making friends, but I need to remember to actually make friends with these people. And because I can get invited on stuff like this like super easy if I tried. I'm really not to say that I would be like a great content creator or anything like that if I tried, but like I'm really good at like making my friends and weeding my way into social circles. It's something I did a lot of in high school.
Enemy is here. This will protect me.
It's a small server. I met the server owner in another server. I chatted a lot. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I like talking about politics. As you can tell, I've been trying to do it a lot more lately and trying to stream it and stuff a lot more. Whoa, rip. Did you just invite me?
Through the miracle of science. Hi there.
I'm coming back from spawn with Grab.
Is there like a politics channel or something I should keep in track? This is a pretty stuff.
3 seconds, sorry. I'm looking grab 1 point. Look out for Diva.
We missed everybody with that gram.
Diva, help Honda, help Honda.
I need a bubble for that too. I should have been yelling.
That is A-okay.
Group up here.
Bubble me for charge. Bubble me. Oh my god. I don't know why you didn't bubble me. We were there. I shouldn't play for my area. For third point I can go right here. I can't fucking see ya. Where's chat? Where's chat? Culture War and Culture War news channel for US and world politics respectively. Also economics. Econ's cool. I suck at econ, but I know basics. I feel like a lot of people who like talk econ don't know basic like how like businesses work or firms in econ work. Well, give my Raya some old charge.
This will improve your condition. Hello. You're powered up. Get in there.
I'm feeling unstable.
He's so low. Yeah, econ's really hard. Yeah, I feel like I talked to a lot of people about econ. Especially like, I talked to too many, I need to debate Republicans, dude. But I talked to a lot of like socialists about econ and they're like, oh my god. Like, do you not understand like the fundamentals of how like profit works? Same with government. People don't know how like systems work, but they like to critique said systems. It's really sad. I feel the same way about like, yeah, econ, like government. A lot of people just like to like be like government corrupt, and not think about the systems behind said government corruption. Oh, I should have dropped Rumble. Yeah, it's probably worth reading the Bible just to get the pop culture references. True. Some stories are more on the nose than others. It got me to study mythology a lot more. But what I like least is with a movie or comic, or whether everyone's on the same page, but it's not real. Oh my god, I can't juggle to save my layer.
Stick low, stick low.
I'm gonna come back on this Ryan. What's my like they say Superman only wasn't intended to be Jesus, but there's clear Jesus parallels in Man of Steel in the story. Yeah, people were saying he's only parallel to Hercules. I don't know anything about that. Fuck comic books, dude. I can't stand people who stand comic books. I can't stand the people who stand comic books. Some people like comics way too much. It's like, I just like good movies. That like, comic book movies are pretty good, but they don't have to be the same. Rip me.
Nano boost administered.
Oh my god, I almost had Shadow.
Round 1 complete. Score 0-3. Switching sides. Prepare to attack. Select your hero.
I'm gonna play Roadhog. I'm not really paying attention, but who cares? You guys can see, right? Oh wait, I forgot. I should do game capture. Cause it's better for performance. Although the display capture wasn't too bad that time.
Attack commences in 30 seconds.
There's nothing I haven't seen before. Stick together. We will complete our mission.
It is sad to see a place that might
I'm wondering if I should maybe get multiple, try to get 2 more monitors that are the same refresh rate as mine. Something that I've been learning is since I got this monitor, Windows really doesn't like multiple monitors being different refresh rates. It works, but Windows doesn't like it. Oh my god.
Nano boost administered.
It cannot be stopped. Roadhog rides again.
I've been thinking about maybe trying duo streaming to Twitch and YouTube. I think my YouTube stream looks way better than my Twitch stream. I think that's just because Twitch sucks at encoding and shit. It's really weird. It's actually really funny because the thing that Twitch is usually, I don't know, people like to talk about how Twitch is like really like run by a bunch of engineers really focused on like technology behind Twitch, and maybe that's true, but it seems like YouTube just does all of this better, and maybe it's just because they make more money.
I'm moving the payload.
The payload has reached the checkpoint.
Ash here.
Observe the barrier.
Routing towards forward barrier.
Barrier's about to break. The graphitic flux is upon us. Das Universum sinkt vor mir.
Time to read my APM.
Oh my god, I'm so bad. Oh. But yeah, I've been like peeking in and out of my stream on Discord. It just seems better. Quality? I'm streaming at a way higher bitrate than I usually do. I might drop that back down though. Apparently YouTube doesn't cap bitrates, but there's like a, or maybe if it does, it caps them per resolution, so the cap is like way higher for 1080p. So I can stream 1080p 60 pretty easy.
You're powered up. Get in there. We will wait.
Barrier's about to break. Das Universum sinkt vor mir. Tranquility destroyed. I've got you in my sights.
Oh my god, that's the wrong one.
We are strong.
See through the
Hello. Get in
I need healing. Walk it off. 10 seconds.
It cannot be stopped.
This Mr. Gray dude is going off.
Just like my ultimate is ready. Defeat. Play of the game.
Can I queue into this guy? We're gonna try to, I was gonna end stream, but we're trying to queue into this guy. Fuck this dude.
Traveling to Havana.
Like, he's literally sitting there not getting healed, and he's complaining.
Select your hero.
I should leave. Oh, fuck me.
Together, we are strong.
Must violence always be the solution?
Attackers incoming in 30 seconds.
Human strength will only get you so far.
True strength is hard work and dedication, no augmentation.
You want a bandit? You want a bandit?
I kind of want to jump on this. I bet I can.
1. Attackers incoming.
I fucked that up.
Try to keep yourselves in one piece. I don't mind an easy vibe.
I fucked that one up too. That was a bad one, but it's okay. Oh my god, wait, no heal. Wait, why did we back up? There's one person behind us. Oh my god, and we backed up? I forgot people don't know to press W.
Don't pocket me.
Don't pocket your mom.
This is not your time.
Let them out.
Огонь по готовности! Maximum charge. Barrier activated. Maximum charge.
No one can hide from my sight.
Regen up. Pausing Crusaders. Enemy sighted.
One after another.
Give me your best shot. Maximum charge. Do something! Get in there!
60 seconds remaining.
Мою привет!
God damn it.
The check.
Watch your back.
Barriers on
Regen burst activated. My ultimate is charging.
I could use
My
some
ultimate
assistance.
is charging.
See that which is unseen.
Bring it! Is that all you've got? You're covered!
The battle continues.
Maximum charge! My ultimate is ready! Give me your best shot! Огонь по готовности! Irresistible! Double kill! Barrier activated!
Regen burst
Maximum charge!
marked by the dragon.
Oh my god. It definitely overextended them.
Физкульт, привет!
I should be in comms telling my team to come with me if I want to do something like that, because that can be good. Like, hey, we can get this Anna, come with me.
Ready for battle!
Dragon consume you. It's high time.
I'm taking care of you. Shock's energy behind you.
Bring it! They have been revived.
Heroes never die.
Regen burst activated.
I'm even stronger.
60 seconds remaining.
Go! That's equals!
Dragon consume you. Regen up.
30 seconds remaining.
Ready for battle. Don't hold back. My ultimate is almost ready. Graviton Surge is ready.
Let me get you picture.
10 seconds.
Огонь по готовности! Feel the gravity. Bring it. Thunderstrike. Hit me.
Round 1 complete.
Should be an easy game. Oh, they had a lever. He got tilted. Boo-hoo.
0 to 1. Switching sides. Prepare to attack. Select your hero.
This man is ranting. Mr. Gray? Holy fuck. He's like going off. About like what, Christian representation in media or like religious representation?
Strong. Don't just stand around. Do something.
Greg, look what you started.
Attack commences in 30 seconds.
It's good to be working.
Greg, I blame you for this.
And under better circumstances too.
See through the dragon's eyes. I grow tired of waiting.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attack commences. Escort the
Ryan baiting a mercy. Cool. That soldier's putting down a lot of damage.
Let them up.
Hit me.
We still need you.
Your best shot. Maximum charge.
I always liked working. You or me.
Get in there. Charging up. I'm ready for battle. I'm even stronger.
Wait, why? I get left so much, dude. I got booped into their team, but who knows why.
Don't count me out.
Impressive. I'm on fire.
We can just play this gun around. I never mind, we can't. Our team doesn't know that little snipers. Yeah, I have grab.
Killed the headshot the Valkyrie Mercy.
By the dragon.
Hello. We need to get the payload moving.
I'm fighting down.
Grab on bridge, on bridge, on bridge.
I got some Spider-Man charge. That's unreal.
They had lamp anyway.
Just like in training.
Yeah, force cart, make them drown.
I am moving the payload. Forming with me.
Let them up.
Barriers on you.
I always liked you.
Double kill.
The battle continues.
Get in there. I am on.
Alright, we won this season.
The payload is approaching its destination. Victory.
Alright. Pussy lever true.
Play of the game.
Like they know there's a sniper here, but they're just chilling. To be fair, I've been that sniper too many times. Easiest kills I've ever had. Streaming YouTube was fun. I'm debating whether I should try to get away with Twitch multi-streams. I don't really use any of my income from streaming, and there's like technically more growth. Right now I don't want to get rid of my affiliate. But I think I'll do it if I'll get rid of my affiliate if I won't actually get rid of it because I won't be big enough for Twitch to care. But if Twitch does care, if Twitch does care, I think I'll do it when I start streaming regularly, which should be soon. Maybe I'll stream tomorrow too. This is a good time to leave on too. Alright, well, thanks for the stream, guys. Have a good night. Where's the end stream button? There we go.